I am your host, Tony G, and we're about to get started today, or I should, yeah, it's like 4:05 in the morning and things. So I'm about to um, get ready to retire pretty soon. Been working last night, as an Uber driver. But yeah, I enjoy making these lives. Today, we are going to talk about the amendments. If I don't get through, I'll get to all of them because of the time. That's okay. But I'm actually going to do a part two to this as well. The Bill of Rights and things. The Bill of Rights is important for every citizen in the United States to know. This is our constitutional rights. The Bill of Rights protect us from tyrannical government that want to flex its muscles and go against what is written. And they're able to do that because it's been a dumbing down over the last 50 years or so. Far as with this citizens, they don't even call us citizens anymore. And we have to understand this, these are the things when we're more of a solvent citizen. Sovereignty, just really, in other words, that you're a natural person free of any restriction, because, freedom, land of liberty, and I'm a patriot. I love talking about this type of stuff. And hopefully I can encourage some of you guys to start studying the Bill of Rights because it's important and things. So therefore, it's 27 of them, first of all. So it's 27 Bill of Rights and we're just going to go down to it. So, the First Amendment, everybody should know this one. The freedom of speech, which is the freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and was it the freedom of religion, right? The speech, press, assembly, and partition. These are the things that every citizen should know. Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. You have the right to bear arms. You don't need a permit to carry at all because, again, the Bill of Rights allow us to be able to have the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms and things like that. This is important. We're going to also talk and go a little bit more in depth. So, not only that, they have the right to bear arms, um, as a well regulated militia being necessary to secure of a free state, the right of the people, right, to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. So we have to think about that as well. And this is according to the Second Amendment. This is why the militias has been formed, right? The militias are there as a reminder to the government of the United States of America if they start to go rogue, right? Become a tyrannical government. The right to bear arms in the Second Amendment basically go and take care of that, in other words. And this is why it's been a great dumbing down of the masses of people, right? To take away your rights. And we're talking about the Bill of Rights. That's why they call it the Bill of Rights. So the right to bear arms. This you got to have a CCW and all this other stuff. CPL is unnecessary. You have the right. If you know the Constitution, you can battle in court and win because every citizen has the right to bear arms for protection, not only for the tyrannical government, but for your protection of a person, right? Because you have a right to protect yourself as well as your property as well. So, this is why it's good to have a president that supports the Constitution. A president that don't support the Constitution, that can be a major issue. And let's talk about the Third Amendment. The Third Amendment is the quartering of soldiers, right? So let's explain what that really means. In other words, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner. nor the time of war, but in a manner to be described by law, right? So this is important as well. No quartering of soldiers unless, right? Unless the consent of owner, right? Of the home. Now, as I mentioned before, everybody should know by now, I'm a very patriotic, right? There was a thing called a Schoolhouse Rock. It was in my generation, right? Growing up as a Generation X. I encourage you guys, without it being really boring or anything, but it's important with the Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Schoolhouse Rock was an excellent piece. It was a cartoon that came on every Saturday morning, and I loved it. And I still watch Schoolhouse Rock on YouTube. And with that, you start learning about the Bill of Rights and you learn the history itself. And it's important. So we shouldn't have we shouldn't have the excuse of being ignorant regards to the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and so forth. All right, so let's go ahead to number 4, which is the Fourth Amendment, which is search and seizure. Let's go ahead and talk about it. The right of a people to be secure in their person, houses, paper, and effects against unreasonable search and seizures should not be violated, and no warrant shall be issued but on probable cause, right? Support by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized, right? So this is another one here. Search and seizure, right? You see a lot of this type of stuff that goes on right now, right? Our rights are being violated like never before. Um, citizens are being spied on with all type of technology and things like that. And again, this is just when things happen like this becomes an issue. So therefore, this is one thing about Make America Very Great, because we have the Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, Constitution. Other countries in the world do not have this type of stuff. If their governments so choose, they can do this illegal spying. They can do this illegal search and seizure without due process in these other countries throughout the world. This is what make America so great. Everybody wants to come here. You can't blame them because America is the greatest country on earth. God bless America. It's one of the greatest countries on earth. And this is why people flee or want to live here in America, to escape the tyranny and liberty and justice and freedom. They want something better. And the people that are here, unfortunately, you have a lot of Americans that are ignorant to the Bill of Rights, and they just don't know it. But when you're sworn in as an American citizen, you have to know this stuff. So this is why I'm encouraging people. If you want to basically have a defense against what is going on, I suggest that you learn the Bill of Rights because this is important. So let's go ahead and go down to it. Now, the Fifth Amendment. Everybody should know the Fifth. Every citizen in the United States should know the Fifth Amendment. And I'm sorry to say, but many of us don't. I got to, you always heard plead the Fifth. What do you think that means, right? The grand jury, double jeopardy, self incrimination, due process. Isn't all this stuff going on right now? Aren't people's rights are being violated in the court system? This is stuff that's going on. This is what's happening to Trump right now, to be honest, right? No person shall be held to answer a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on the presentment of indictment of a grand jury, except in case arises in the land of naval forces or in a militia, right? When in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor should be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Think about this stuff, what I just read, right? This is the Fifth Amendment. Like I said, man, it's a lot of stuff going on right now, and it ain't just happening to Trump either. Because if it can happen to Trump, it can happen to you, it can happen to me, it can happen to any of us. This is one of the main reasons why they do what they do, because they know the majority of Americans are ignorant when it comes down to the Bill of Rights. This is very, very important. Your Fifth Amendment. If you don't know them all, which is 27 of them, and I may not get through them all tonight, but I just wanted to brush on because I'm going to be making a part two to this, even though it's early in the morning and things. As an Uber driver, I just get out here and do my thing. Am I a trucker? No, I'm an Uber driver. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, But I do my thing. I drive like a trucker though. Hmm. Yeah. Let's see, where is okay? So I'm just answering some things here. Where is this? I'm from Asia. I'm in the United States. I'm in the good old United States of America. You know, land of the free and home of the brave. Though we have. I'm talking about the Bill of Rights, which is in our Constitution, where every citizen of the United States is of the republic, not a democracy. Democracy just means mob rules, but a republic is for the people, by the people, not for the government, by the government, right? There's a big difference. We don't have right now, we have a overbloated, huge government, right? Which is pretty much about it has grown so much like this huge monster that have taken people's rights away from trying to anyway. And this is why I'm kind of going back on talking about these amendments because they're so important. Well, what about the Sixth Amendment? The right to a speedy trial by a jury or witness counsel, right? These are things that a lot of countries do not have. In other words, you can sit your behind in jail, right, without due process. This is a problem. And you have heard places where because of the corruption in a lot of other countries throughout the world, it may take years before you even see a jury, you see a judge, right? So in a criminal persecution, the accused shall enjoy the rights to a speedy and public trial by impartial jury of the United and District wherein the crime shall have to be committed, which district shall have been previously inserted by law and to be informed of the natural and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witness against him, to have the compulsory, I think that is, process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. And that's just basically it right here. This is the Sixth Amendment. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of countries out there that do not have this at all. And this is one of the main reasons everybody heard about. If I come to America, I can do this, I can be that. It's a beautiful thing. You know, this is what it used to be a long time ago. I would say, in we had a what when you hear about Trump talking about the golden age, We had a golden age in America where people didn't pay taxes. People could have a gun. You could own land without paying taxes to the government. It wasn't even a thing though, right? Up until 1913 and things. So that was very important. This is why a lot of vast wealth was created. Well, like you have generational wealth in America. That was one of the main reasons because they didn't have a lot of restrictions. They were actually able to hit the ground running versus right now. Trying to start a business now is so regulated, right? You got all type of things saying you can't do this, you can't do that. You got to pay taxes on this, taxes on that, taxation, taxation. That's why America escaped England for the taxation without representation. You guys should know that you know the history, right? So these are the things that are important to every citizen to know this type of stuff. And we are going back to the Constitution and things. And this is why I say, this is really, really cool because this Bill of Rights is designed to protect its citizens once again from any type of tyrannical government that wants to violate your rights, just like with the airport, right? I mean, I just laugh, right? Because even though it's sad, but that is illegal search and seizure, sir or ma'am. What they're doing at the airport to go through, but people voted in what? Homeland Security, right? Homeland Security violates every citizen in the United States' rights. It's unconstitutional. It's some type of law mandate that they put into place. And are you guys feeling free with this type of tyrannical stuff going on? I'm just saying, are you feeling free? Every time if I go to the airport, no, and I've been there this past January. Got to go through TSA and all this other nonsense, right? That is illegal search and seizure without probable cause. You're being searched, right? All under the thing of a threat, or we want to do this to be able to protect everybody. They didn't brainwash a lot of people to accept this type of thinking, where in fact, as a citizen in this country, we at the time we didn't have to go through TSA and all this other nonsense, right? But again, what's it called? The Gaelic dialect is what it is. They create a problem, wait for an outcry of his people, and then come up with a solution. So many words. So this is what ended up happening, though. Our rights and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution has been hacked away. It has been taken away piece by piece by piece. And a lot of citizens in the United States are very ignorant to the fact of their rights. You have rights. If you are an American citizen, either sworn in or naturally born here, you are an American and you have rights. That's all I'm just basically saying, in regards to this. So I said to myself, I said, we're going to tackle some of these things when it come down to the Bill of Rights because it's important for every citizen to know. It don't matter. The Bill of Rights is colorblind. As long as you're a citizen, that's the main thing, though. It ain't for certain people. It's for people here that are citizens of the United States of America, not the U.S. You notice that politicians and so forth, they don't even consider us, they don't call us citizens at all. They use the term like consumer and all this other stuff. They don't call it citizens, you know? And this is one of the main reasons as to why we are having the problems that we are having right now. Here in America, who would have thought, right? So let me see, where was I here? So um this Sixth Amendment, right? The Seventh Amendment, jury trial in civil suits. Here's another one. In suits of a common law where the value of controversy, right, shall exceed $20, the right of a trial by jury shall be preserved, and no, what's that? Let's see here, uh, let's see, let me see here, guys. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Okay, I had the words too small. Let me put my glasses on, man. I can't even read early. Hold on for a minute. Let me read this again. That is better. There we go. Got to get my reading glasses. I used to have 20/20 vision. Okay. In the suits of common law, where the value of controversy shall exceed $20, the right of a trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise be reexamined in the court of the United States, then according to the rules of common law. So this is another one here, right? The suits of common law, right? And you always hear the common law. There's a thing called common law marriage. Most people know that one, right? Common law. All right, right. Not to exceed $20. The right of a trial by jury shall be preserved, right? So this is basically another one right here, you know. Um, this is what I love about the Constitution, man, and the Bill of Rights, because again, this here protects its what? Citizens and things like that. So we are citizens. We are not slaves to the government or any type of, we don't have dictators over here, even though that word has been thrown around. Because a dictator don't abide by nothing. They just set their rules up as we go. And then, I'm not going to mention no countries and names, but does it feel like they have, you know what I'm saying, like a open, we say for China, for instance, fuck it. Do people look at China as a dictatorship? Xi Jinping, even though they got a vote process, I mean, like he said, you're more welcome to vote against me. Can't necessarily say that you're going to make it through the voting process or the election process. You know what I'm saying? And this is and I'm using China as an example. There's other nations as well, but they don't have what we have. We go through a election process, right, and so forth. So, uh, this becomes an issue and a problem, man. When we don't have for the people by the people. This is a major, major issue. We have another one, which is the Eighth Amendment, which is the excessive fines, cruel and unusual punishment. Think about that one, right? Huh. So, excessive fines, cruel and unusual punishment. Excessive bail shall not be required, right? Nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. Can we necessarily say that our government is actually doing this to its citizens, though? It's not supposed to. Excessive fines, you know, and cruel and unusual punishment while incarcerated. So we know places around the world as well is much worse than America. Just look at Mexico, for instance. You know, you could be in jail, you can get your behind whooped and beat. If not by the inmates, it could be by, uh, the what they call the correctional officers there in the jails over there, like places like Mexico, these other places in the world. You don't want to be in a Mexican prison, you know. I don't want to be in a Mexican prison, you know what I'm saying? So this is why everybody want to come here. Can't blame them. The Ninth Amendment, non, uh, what's it? Uh, enumerated rights retained by people. Okay, so let's take a look at it here. The enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage, disparage others retained by people. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. So tackling these rights down right here. So what does this actually mean? You know, that is the question, and we are going to find out in regards to this. So, and this is what? This is the Ninth Amendment. Yeah, the Ninth Amendment. So And like I said, man, I'm getting a little tired too, but I'm gonna go ahead and try to get through this here. So let me see here. What do we have here? Hold on for one moment, because I want to try to break this down here for you guys. Hold on for a minute. Give me a minute. Then I'm going to retire here because I'm gonna make a part two to this. Let's take a look at it here. All right, there we go here. That was the Ninth Amendment here. Let's go ahead and go into a little bit more here. Hold on for a minute. Give me 1 minute. Come on, internet. Come on, internet. Hold on for a minute, guys. Just try to pull this up. Come on now. I'm connected to my Wi-Fi in the car, but I don't understand as to why this is not showing up here. Let me try something else here. Hold on for a minute. All right, hold on a minute. Let's take a look at it here. Come on, come on. Trying to wait for this internet, man. AT&T, you know. Let me see here. Let me see if I'm still connected to the internet. Yeah, I apologize about this, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm just having a little trouble here. There we go. Gosh, doggone it. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at it here. I'm try to do my best here. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Come on now. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it here. All right. Hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see here. All right. Here we go. All right. Hold on for a minute. Come on now. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. The original enumerated rights. Okay. The origin of the enumerated rights concept trace back to the debate surrounding the Constitution ratification in response to the anti-federalist demand of a Bill of Rights to be added to the Constitution. For some of the Federalists insert that if shall a bill was made, there would be a dangerous implication that those would be the only rights the citizenry would have to seize these. Let me see here. Hold on for a minute. I want to try to simplify this a little bit better for you. What would be the best way here? Um, okay. All right. It also leaves what rights are not listed in the opportunity of. Let me see here. Trying to see here what that. Break it down for you guys here. Come on. Trying to pull this up for you guys here. Hold on for one moment. All right. Let me see here. All right. Here we go, guys. Sorry about the wait. All right. So, in other words, the government cannot take away the rights of the people that are not were not specifically listed in the Constitution. All right, so the Ninth Amendment was written by James Madison, right, and was voted on as a part of the Bill of Rights in 1791. The overall, the Ninth Amendment states that the government cannot take away the rights of the people that are not specifically listed in the Constitution, right? So this is very, very important here. Took me a minute to get this broken down, and that's basically what it is. That's actually says a lot. Even if the person is not listed in the Constitution, right, and things, that the government cannot take it away. So, like we said, you have the right as a citizen, right, and things like that. Just like you have like whether race, creed, color, whatever sexual orientation that you may claim, you still have rights. You know what I'm saying? You really do, and things. And the government cannot infringe on your constitutional rights. We may not have to agree with it, but at the same time, they can't take it away from you. You know what I'm saying? So, according to the Ninth Amendment, on things like that. The 10th Amendment is the right to reserve to state or people. Let's go into a little bit further. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibit by it. Nor prohibit by it to the states, are reserved to the state respectively or to the people, and things like that. So this is another one here, right? The right to the state of the people. So let's take a look at it. Let's go a little deeper. Hold on for a minute. All right, let's take a look here. Right, here we are here. So the 10th Amendment of the United States defines that relationships between the federal government and the state and the states by stating that powers not given to the federal government are reserved for states or people. All right, so let's see here. This is the overall. Let's see more. All right, let's take a look at it here. Okay. All right, hold on for one moment. Try to do my best. It's early, early in the morning, and this will be my last one here for tonight because I'm going to do a part two to this. Let me see here. So, um, let me see here. All right, let's go a little bit in depth here. All right, let's take a look at it here. All right, let's see here. What's this? It's supposed to be the 10th. Why am I on the 9th? It's supposed to be the 10th. I already did the 9th. All right, let's take a look at it here. All right. All right, here we are here. Give me a minute here. Okay. The 10th Amendment says that the federal government only has those powers delegated to the Constitution. If it isn't listed, it belongs to the state or to the people. So that's basically what it is in simple terms. according to what I read. The 10th Amendment says that any power or rights not specifically listed in the Constitution as belong to the federal government belongs to the individual states or the American people themselves. So, yeah, these are the things that I've been reading in regards to this. So, yeah, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is, you know. So, yeah, and I just read just about 10 of them, and I'm going to go back and read the rest of them, though, too. And things like that. But I just wanted to point out some things to you in regards to the Bill of Rights and stuff like that because it is important, though. There's another booklet that I have that I gotten, which is the Citizens Rule Book, where they kind of have some of these things on here and things because you know it's very important. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, to know the Constitution of the United States of America. I mean, like far as the Bill of Rights, and that's one of those things. So it's just very important because it protects us from the government as well as some other things. And you know, that's why I just say though, I've been trying to talk to people that I know as well to basically say, we're being rolled, man. We're really being corralled because they have been doing a lot of dumbing down of the masses over 50 years, man. And this is one of the things about it. They've been taking the Constitution, doing the hell what they want with it, and things like that. So, did you guys know that taxes is unlawful to the United States, to its citizens? Taxes, you know, the taxes itself. Taxation. That's why, once again, this is why America left England. They left England for a better, for freedom. Because in England, anybody that's over there, and I feel bad for people in the UK that's from the UK don't even want to be in the UK. They always have had high taxation from the very beginning. We can go as far back to imperialism, and things like that. It's really really sad over there though. What's going on. They're higher than we are. Like I said, it's definitely a wonderful place to visit, but I would never want to live there though. You know what I'm saying? Taxation without representation. That's what we escaped from. 1776. The Declaration of Independence and all this other stuff. You guys should get a chance to. I've been to Philadelphia. They actually have the Liberty Bell there in Philadelphia with the crack in it. And that's something too, though. If you guys like history, everybody don't like history, but for those that love history and things like that, you may want to check that out as well too. See the Liberty Bell. They got William Penn all over the place, and I've been to Philadelphia. They got William Penn. I drove Lyft in Philadelphia and things. Yeah, I was out there for about a week and things like that. But I'll move away from the Bill of Rights a little bit and all that. Just want to share some of that with you guys. But as an Uber driver, Lyft driver, man, it's like I drive like I'm a trucker, right? You got your headset on. You out here at these hours of night, out here in these streets. Pick up a lot of interesting people. Let me tell you, though, and you pick up some weirdos too, women and men, and things like that. But one of my pet peeves about driving for rideshare services and things like that is that um, when people get in my car and don't speak, that's an issue to me. That's like somebody coming into your house and not saying nothing. And for me, that's like you go to work. I go to work too, right? And this is my office. And I talk to people. I love conversation. Now I don't force it if they don't want to speak. That's cool. That's fine. We just having conversation for those that like to have conversation, But I'm actually cool too by having my earpiece on. I listen to a lot of podcasts. I listen to, uh, independent journalists, things like that. But yeah, so have most of my rides been cool? I ain't gonna say most of them though. I remember I shared with you guys. I shared with you guys what happened. Um, I was listening to the radio. Well, actually, it wasn't a radio; it was a podcast. Um, I listened to a lot. Well, this one particular podcast I was listening to, was talking about the wonderful things with Trump and all this other stuff. So the person in my car, when they heard the word Trump, they were out. You know what I'm saying? And just like you got people in the internet space, when they hear that word, they out, and which is fine, right? So because when remember before when Trump in the rally in Detroit. By the way, I'm in Detroit, but she was wondering why all these people are downtown and everything. So I told her it was a Trump rally and all this other stuff. So she expressed her opinion about him, and I could understand her not liking him. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. So I let her vent about that. She's a black woman, right? No problem at all, right? So I said, let me talk to you for a minute, sis. You know what I was saying. I said, well, I wanted to give her another viewpoint because she kind of mentioned some stuff that was incorrect about Trump. That she tried to say that he was a racist and, he was for, being like a dictator, right? The same old stuff that a lot of other people talk about. So, I debated with her. She flipped out, man. She started screaming. She reminded me of some of the women that you're seeing on social media that when Trump won, they were like beside themselves, man. And like I said before, I talked about this in my other video not too long ago, that you just have people that do not like people's particular tone, how they say stuff, and things like that, which is fine. But again, we live in America, so it's a thing about freedom of speech. But they don't want other people to hear it either. And like I said, this is freedom of speech. This is the First Amendment. You may not like it, but the person have that right. Just like they can come in this room and say what they want to say, and but they have that right. You have to agree with that though, because how would you like it if you weren't even allowed to complain about Trump or anybody, right? How would you like that if you weren't allowed to complain about it? That's what I was really trying to hint around to her, but it's going to be harder for women than men because women are very emotional. And when they see or hear what they don't like, it bothers them in a different way as opposed to men with logic. Men, we used to be in, even with guys that's rough, you know, as men, we used to it, but we can show some type of discernment as opposed to with women that have more of a harder time dealing with it, because I'm saying it's an emotional thing again. They always are in the emotions all the time. So I try to limit my conversations with women when I pick them up in my car, other than just saying hi and bye. I have a camera in here too. So that protects me as a man when I'm doing ride share. Hours of the night, I just dropped off a woman. That's why I'm kind of going back home to, because I dropped off a woman and things like that. So I dropped her off not too long ago. So, she was coming from the airport. She was by herself, had her two cats or whatever like that, of Spanish descent. I didn't say anything. So, and that's usually what I do, because the camera is an excellent weapon for me to be able to protect me as a man and protect. I really got the camera more so for the women than the men, if anything, because an accusation that can be thrown out, if you ain't got no protection, man, you're finished. In this thing, you're finished because I have more of issues with some women in the car than men. I don't really have that many issues with men, but I have more issues with some women. Not all women, but some of them, you know, for whatever reason, I'm not really for sure of. But you do have some man hating women. I mean, they hate men, and they do exist. I've picked them up in the car. I picked up some hardcore feminists before too. We got into the debate. That didn't go too well because again, it's called a debate. I tried to have the conversation, but you can't have the conversation when they always are in emotion all the time because the emotional part of it, you know, this is the problem now, even in our society now. What's happening now with women on social media that flip it out, celebrities that are flipping out. Most of them are women, and they're flipping out. They're flipping out. This is where the problem is. We have some major, major issues, right? Now, the thing about it is that as an Uber driver, you know, I try to, I try to tell her, well, you ain't gotta raise your voice. I didn't raise my voice to you. You should be able to defend your position without raising your voice. But my friend told me this. He just said that when it comes down to women, man, you cannot. He just said it. You cannot debate with them, man, or have these like real conversations. And I know he was going with it because it was true. Because once again, they're very emotional, and they can't. They have a hard time showing discernment. And I'm not going to say this for all women, but most of them. They go absolutely nuts when you disagree with their talking points and viewpoints. And I was always taught that in a debate, when they start doing that, because when it goes to the name calling, that's when you know you won. And I've been called out of my name before. I didn't been called everything but the child of God. That's all I got to say. And most of us have experienced this type of stuff. But she was definitely liberal, and I have had more issues with liberal women, liberal-minded women, and liberal guys too, but mostly more for the liberal women. When I'm over here in these towns and stuff like that, when I'm out in Ohio, I may have a ride from the airport out to Ohio. Ohio is very conservative for the most part of it. You know, I see guys out there, they walk around with the MAGA cap on. I ran across another guy. He was wearing his hat. He said, "Man, I like your hat, man." I said, "Yeah, I like yours too." I get that a lot, but I only had one woman that complimented me on my MAGA hat when I wore it. But I don't get a lot of women compliment me on my hat. And unfortunately, I live in a very liberal city, which is very, very blue, always have been. And, I never had any problem. I still wear my MAGA hat, though. I got a red crimson one. I got a dark MAGA hat, too. I love my dark one. So I wear it, you know what I'm saying? Because, again, that's why I was reading off the Bill of Rights and all this other stuff with the amendments, the 27 amendments, because they were important. These things are important to know because once again, this is what protect us. And see, we're starting to go towards more communism, socialist, Marxist type of society and stuff like that. The Communist Manifesto. This is the stuff that's being taught. And like I said, on the left, they are anti-American, anti-Constitution. They don't like the Bill of Rights. They want to just make everybody like what they like. And if you happen to not agree with them, that's exactly what it is. Kamala Harris is a Marxist. She's anti-American. There's nothing American about her. Nothing American about a lot of these people, though, especially on the left. Liberals are, what they believe in is anti-government. I'm sorry, anti-American is what it is. Anti-American. They don't they don't like the Bill of Rights. They don't like freedom of speech and how everybody, it's all about my feelings of what I don't like. I want to go in my safe spaces, change the rules around, attack male masculinity and call us the enemy and all this other stuff. How they're behaving right now. They are behaving very childish like, very disrespectful, unkept, unclean, out of control. And you gotta have control and order will be restored. That's why I say don't even worry about it. Order will be restored in America. And this is the thing about it. This is really anti-American, man. And it offended a lot of Americans. 49 states that voted for Trump, it offended a lot of Americans. It really has. You can't sit up here and say that everybody wasn't offended. They were. This is one of the reasons why they voted against Kamala. They didn't vote for her. They voted against her. And those numbers that we're seeing right there, those are projection of the polls. But I say this, though, we know it was much worse on Kamala Harris' side because I don't believe it was nowhere near close to Trump. It wasn't no big shocker and surprise at all. This is a woman that we've already talked about this stuff before, but it is what it is. When you're anti-government, I'm sorry, anti-American, when you're anti-American, you don't believe or like the Bill of Rights and things. That's some of the things why I read some of the things that I read to kind of remind people of their rights. Yeah, they have a right to say this type of stuff, but it's being to me it's like misplaced anger because we got to talk about it for what it really is. There's unfortunately there are more liberal women that are single than there are conservative women that are married. There's more conservative women that are married than more of them are married. They're often, it's hard to find a conservative woman today, a good one, right? Only ones we're left with is a bunch of liberal women, and this is why the relationships are sour. This is the main thing. The online dating is dead. It's a dumpster fire, man. If you got any of these Bumble and all this other stuff and Hinged and all the rest of them, uh, plenty of fish and all the rest of this crap, for a man, you guys may as well go ahead and delete those accounts because ain't nobody hooking up, man. I mean, if you are, but yeah, like I said, right now I'm happy to be single, man. I'm a single man and I'm enjoying it in regards to that because, like I said, that's why I did that other video about men and passports and all that. Passport, bro. There's nothing here in America in regards to everything but the girl, like the band. Everything but the girl, man. I mean, America's a great place. You can make money here. You can get your weight up, get your money up, and things like that. But I talked to my nephew today. Even he concurred. The problem is it's a lot of liberal-minded women, and they're showing men how they really are. I don't date them anyway, so they say, "Oh no, I don't date. I'm not dating them. I'm gonna shave my head. I'm gonna withhold." That's fine. You have every right to do that. I'm not criticizing you for it, but this is the insaneness that we're talking about, right? They are truly insane, and a lot of them they need help mentally because they're very, very mentally unstable. They're not stable at all. They're mentally unstable. And they're upset and mad, and it's misplaced anger to boot. You got to talk, no punches. Because, I don't really, I just like to do this to be able to pass some time, to be able to educate some like minded people, and that's pretty much about it. But to sit up in here and cater and coddle and pander like like a lot of these politicians do, and the rest of them. They just cater, pander, and lie to people, tell them how great they are. Um, I mean, it just man, Harris just really, really offended a lot of men, and then tried to backtrack to try to save what she had pushed away, alienated us. Wasn't nothing there for us to be able to back this woman. Wasn't, and that wasn't the only reason. But like I said before, there's a lot of liberal women that hate spaces like this, and they hate hearing men like myself tell the truth. They absolutely hate it. They're hated. I like I said before, I have tried talking to liberal feminist type of women. I've talked to women that hated men, trying to have a conversation. You know, they gave me a 1-star rating because it was in their feelings. I gave them a 5-star, they gave me a 1-star. I wasn't in my feelings, right? I'm more in logic, like most men, right? We in logic. We can show some type of discernment. We ain't got to agree on everything, but this is how insane a lot of these liberal-minded people are, and the women too. That's why a lot of you guys are single right now. I get it. It's not the end of the world, but you in a wonderful land where you can be able to get your money up. If you have conservative viewpoints and values, over in there in these other countries in the world, a lot of these women over there have conservative values. They're looking for a man to take charge and to say, hey, I got dinner ready for you, and house kept and clean and all this stuff. They're not fighting it. They're accepting it. This is what the ancestors here used to be about before feminism raised its head here and destroyed the union between man and woman. It would not. I don't think it would ever be fixed. The propaganda is still being pushed out there. And like myself, I mean, there's many men like myself that agree. I have had conversations. Do y'all realize? You probably don't realize this. I've been driving Uber for almost 10 years, and I have talked to everybody around the world. Culture, very well cultured. I was cultured before, but I'm very well cultured now. And I have had conversations after conversations after conversations with people. Never had no problem talking with people, never had any problems with this stuff. And I have talked to feminist women, and a lot of it have went south. Can't have the conversations with them. It's rough and tough. It's very difficult and hard to have the conversations with a lot of these type of women. You just can't do it. Conservative women, I can have these conversations. They be married and everything. They get it. They understand. They respect the power. They respect the authority. They ain't got no problem with that. But tell me why, with these liberal-minded women, they have problems. And I want to see them get better. But it's hard for them to, because there's so much in their emotions. Society have allowed them with this Obama thing, woke thing, all this other stuff, safe space thing, all the stuff that's been going on they've been weaponized to the point now the stuff it's been so weaponized, lacking accountability, lack responsibility. This is a major problem. Men, we have to be accountable. We have to be responsible. If not, we're out on the street. Nobody cares. Only thing you see homeless men out here on the streets, tent city and all this other kind of nonsense. They just out here on the street. When I see women begging for money with the sign, you notice that you don't see them out there late at night or whatever. They always have some shelter or somewhere to go, especially if it's women and kids. Not that they should, because it's dangerous for a woman out here. But this is my point. It's double standards. And men have accepted that. But women do not like a double standard when it comes down, when it's against them, when it's in favor of the men. But men, on the other hand, can accept double standards when It goes against their best, their best, their best judgment. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what it is, man. We're in a situation right now, and things. It's like I said, I'm not sitting up here being lonely and nothing, none of that kind of stuff, because I'm able to get myself in a position. And when I start these classes on the cybersecurity thing, which I'm encouraging a lot of you men to get into these particular fields, because that field is study blowing up. I got friends, I know people that are in the field as well, and you can work from home. You know what I'm saying? And you can really, really increase your capital by getting into cybersecurity and things like that. They even got digital nomad visas in some of these other countries, which means that they will allow you to work, I think, 3 to 6 months in these other countries, working in the capacity as an IT person or whatever. You know, these countries are hot for this type of stuff. You ain't got to sit up here and put up with this type of nonsense. My friend from China was telling me that feminism has spread over there in China. I talked to some people from guys from India. It's in India. We're not going to say that everywhere is going to be a paradise, but it's small percentage right now. But in the Western world society, it's major. It's not even worth even trying to do. Look at the marriage laws and look at the divorce rate and look at the fact that women will leave a man 70% of the time. They will leave and break the relationship, right? Always remember this though too. When it comes down to women gonna always lead to a better option. It's just how they are. In most cases, not all, but most cases, they are going to look for a better opportunity. They're going to look for better places or whatever. Because no matter how much money you making, it's always, look at it. Because if it was really about the money, well, why are these athletes having trouble, right? Why are these entertainers having trouble, right? Why are these people in corporate America and all the rest of them having troubles? You got judges, lawyers, or whatever, doctors, right? Military people, right? If I was in the military, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would not get married. I know why a lot of these guys get married. I wouldn't get married and be, do tour, do my tour, and be out of the country 2 years out and my wife is at home. Think about that. Now, you know that that's a problem. And you also know that most of women that is married to military personnel, they're some of the biggest cheaters on the planet, both on both ends. Ain't nobody gonna wait for nobody. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's horrible. It's a horrible way, man, to get into a relationship like this. This is a horrible thing to do. Why do it? Right? It is. It is. That's horrible. Same thing with the doctors. Doctors put in a lot of hours. They do. And I mean, so it's something to really think about, man, on this type of stuff. It's something here in the Western world. And like I said before, the heart of it is feminism. Sorry, but it's the truth. No, some of y'all don't like it as women, but it's the truth. If I offend, hey, I'm okay with it. It is what it is. Like I said, I'm always going to tell the truth in regards to what it really is and what's really going on, because this is just weird stuff. If we were really more like, if they didn't create these type of scenarios to divide men and women, most of you guys will already be married. I mean, this is all by design, man. And things like that. None of these people have it. Money ain't always the issue. It ain't always the solution either. You know, you ask the average woman today, of course they say, I want to marry a man. All right, sorry about that, guys. Like an interruption on my service, but he said it was spot on. I'm not anti against marriage, but right now, as a man, we have to think about it for what it really is. You know, I'm just kind of taking the break from the Bill of Rights, though. Even though the title did say Bill of Rights and all that, the Constitution, I'm sorry, the amendments, the 27 amendments. I'm just right now giving you guys some other stuff because, too much information, it, it kind of bores people. And we know that people are accustomed to, they like a little drama, man. A little drama or a little spice in life, so that's the thing about that. But yeah, man, I have had problems, man, with relationships and stuff like that. And this ain't about anti-woman or nothing like that. I'm not, but at the same time, the liberal, no offense to you liberal women, man, but you guys, man, and I mean, where y'all been showing out on social media, man, it's just deplorable, man. Um, I mean, it really is, though, over a man that y'all don't even know. And this is another thing, though, too. Can you imagine? And they're going to be saying, I'm sure they already said on these date sites, if you are a Trump supporter, uh, fuck off, because I hate Trump. He's an asshole, he's a bigot, and he's a racist. And I don't want to have anything to do with MAGA. I don't like anything that he stands for. And I don't like how he talks about the Constitution. He's a constitutionalist. They're letting you know what they don't like. You know what I'm saying? Men in the so-called black community, black men have been put under fire. We got it worse than any other group out there, man. And this ain't saying boo hoo. I'm not saying boo hoo. I'm just letting you guys know. You know what I'm saying? Even though like black what's it, Hispanics and Latino community, they voted for Trump, 45% of them. But we have gotten more pushback from the black women than ever before. It is what it is. Shit. You know what I'm saying? We really have. We in a bad space right now, man. They don't fuck with us for real, man. Because one thing, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. Here's the reason why. As you heard me mention about the Hispanic, Latino communities, you look in the Asian communities, you still look in like a lot of the white communities and the rest of them, they still have a patriarch system. Versus in the black community, we have a matriarch system. This is why black women hate Trump so much because they're not used to a man of his caliber and him being a patriarch. And that is the real reason. You got to keep in mind, a lot of black women did not have their fathers at all, right? They didn't grow up with their daddy. They didn't grow up under a patriarch system. They grew up with a matriarch, women and children, 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 women and children. This has been going on, I would say, since the Welfare Act been passed in 65 with Lyndon B. Johnson. This has been going on for a very long time. It happened with the baby boomer generation, Generation X, millennial, now Zennial. Here we go. Was that 4 generations of this nonsense? This is what we've been dealing with. This is exactly what we've been dealing with. So this is one of the main reasons it created a Joy Reid off of MSNBC, right? It created these types of people, right? It created this type of stuff. The angry, mad, angry black woman. It created this type of stuff, which still suffer from accountability and responsibility. Critical race theory being implemented, weaponized black women, and she's been a terror ever since. It's an actual fact. This is what it is right now. Now, Like we said before, we do have contingency plans. You know, the passport bro movement. And for you guys that don't understand it, the passport bro movement in the so-called black community blew up because we needed to have a countermeasure to the problems, the chaos, and all this other stuff that's been going on. Do you realize that black men, most of black men, right? You know, these statistics is over 55% of black men between the ages of 20 and 30 are single with no children. That's an actual fact. According to the census, blackdemographics.com, there's some other ones out there as well. I pulled them up. This is one of the main reasons as to why we have a situation. This is why when Trump got in there, it hit our so-called community worse than any of y'all communities before. This is the type of shit that we had to deal with, right? And many of these liberal-minded women, you know what the black woman too, liberal-minded was going to, a lot of them will never be married, ever. They're undateable. It's a fact. And that's just in our black community alone. I haven't even got to the rest of it yet, but in that diaspora, they are undateable. And it's a major, major problem. That's why there was contingency plans that we had to come up with. Now, I've traveled out of the United States before, been to places before. I do have a passport, but it ain't for just social. Some of it is, but the other part is now it's a necessity if you are a man that is looking for a traditional wife, right? Looking for a wife that is have conservative values. Most men and some of our women still have conservative values. They really do. I love conservative women. In America, conservative women rock in America. They're married. They're not complaining. They happy being married. They got the children going on. They got a career as well and all this. They enjoying it. I wish I would have been the lucky one to been able to find a conservative woman. But unfortunately, those they are taken. They're gone. And you know how hard it is to find a black conservative woman that's single? She's gone. A lot of times they date white men, no problem at all. I'm not saying that's an issue, you know, because I talked to conservative black women too. You know what conservative black women have said? They said, I had problems trying to find a conservative black man because most of the black men take their marching orders from black women. See what I'm saying? So that's what she told me. So I said, you know what? I could actually understand that. That makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? Because when I thought about it, even though black men are conservative for the most part of it, but gotta listen to mama, right? It's like mama can never be wrong. And for the most of us, we've been up under, let's say, the patriarch. Now, I've had a daddy, father, stepfather. I was a little bit more lucky than some of the other black men that are out there that never was raised with their daddy. And this is a major problem, right? I got another friend of mine, man. His father was the patriarch for real. And he didn't have no problems of letting his wife and the kids know that, hey, daddy is home. Daddy is here. But as opposed to the other type of people that didn't grow up without their father, it's and this is one of the main reasons. With that in the Democratic Party, this is why we are in this situation right now. You looking at your Joy Reids of the black women out there and things, this is what it breeds. This is what it created. A hostile environment. It really has. We are in a dire strait right now, trying to find a decent, we got a small date. I know I have a small dating selection. I don't have children, but a lot of them do. There's always different reasons of that, you know what I'm saying? They even had the great Kevin Samuels, for those that know who he was before he passed away. You know what I'm saying? And he was rah-rahing for the women, especially for the sisters. He was rah-rahing for them. He wanted them to win, but they didn't want to accept it. So it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, man. This is exactly what is going on here in America, especially in the black. We don't even have a community. That's why I call it the so-called black community. It's the so-called black community. We don't have no community no more. And I know for you guys, it's hard to relate when you're on the outside of the black community. You can't relate to what's going on. The only people that can relate to this type of situation are people that have been there and grew up in this environment. I don't know what the future is going to hold in store, but I don't see a lot of these liberal-minded women making it. I really don't, because they already shown to me how immature they are, bratty, whiny, bitchy, because they lost an election, and they refuse to accept that this woman, Kamala Harris, they thought that she was the second coming. Are you kidding me? She didn't give interviews, and when the ones she gave weren't great ones. You got Trump is outpacing her on every level. He can hold down a speech in a rally for an hour, hour and a half, have conversations, interviews for 3.5 hours with Joe Rogan. It's like, are you kidding me? Why are y'all? It's like, why do y'all are shocked? I got the solution. Hold on for a minute. Yeah, I think I'm connected now. Should work right now. If you guys should hear me. Hold on for it again. Hold on for a minute. Gotta wait for it to connect. Yeah, I think I am connected. Okay. So yeah, so that's the thing about it though. Talking about this, and I'm up here in the wee hours of the morning, about to retire soon. But I'm just saying though, these are problems here in America, man. They have showed out, lost the election, thinking that they had any type of position or footing, and you did not beat Trump on the policies, because we already know liberals don't have policies. They just have an agenda, and it was centered around women and a reproductive thing. That was it. It's like you guys didn't care about safety and things. You didn't care about the economy. And I guess it makes a lot of sense, because either you don't have a job, or you got some man or somewhere that you can control, that, having a boyfriend is kind of like having extra income to a woman. And the more boyfriends she have, the more income she have, right? And then you don't even spend the income wisely, you spend it up. This is one of the main reasons as to why. Instead of getting on board, listening to what Trump has to say regards to the economy, he fixed the economy before. A lot of y'all don't like to listen, don't like it, but it's the truth. This is the problem. I'm only telling the truth. Why would I sit up here and lie to pander to women? We have enough pandering. You had Obama that was doing that. The great Obama, the great deceiver. He pandered to the women, pandered to black women too. Pander, pander, pander. These panda bears, man. We got to stop with the pandering. Trump don't pander, but they do. Democratic Party, with these insane liberals, elites that want to sit up here and tell these panda, they're the panda bears, pandering to these women, lying to these women that the economy is okay, lying to these women that you know what I'm saying, with all these whacked out ass agendas and things like that. Threat to democracy. Threat to democracy. Ain't no threat. Ain't no woman. Y'all ain't worried about nobody. Ain't none of these guys that's out here got a job like myself. I'm an Uber driver. I get in my car and things like that. I got cameras in my car. Shit, for me not to go rogue and do something stupid to a woman, are you crazy? Men got way more to lose than you guys do. Who you think they're gonna believe in the court of law? You know what I'm saying? Shit. You can call the police like that and I'd be in handcuffs, waiting for the police to come. Well, once the police get there, they'll put me in handcuffs and then separate me from her, and then they'll get her testimony first. This is how the unfairness is to men versus women in this country. It's bad, ladies and gentlemen. It's not great, it's bad. It really is. So I'm bringing up these things and making points about how unfair it is towards men and how men have been attacked verbally by these insane liberal ass women, you know. And this is the problem about being in a free society, unfortunately. It's a drawback because we have a party that have lied to these women, and they continue lying to them. And the numbers don't support it because the majority of the people are conservative. They absolutely believe that everybody is liberal. When you get out of the college cities and college campuses and you get your ass in the real world, you'll find it's very conservative. These are bubbles, man. These are not what the viewpoints of the masses of Americans believe. This is a bubble that they believe. It's not even, it's make believe. College supposed to prepare you for life, but don't get it twisted that you're in these liberal trading camps and thinking that the world is going to be the same way. It's not. It's very conservative out there. As they see, because the map was bright red, crimson red. It wasn't crimson blue on policies when you didn't have policies that supported what Trump, you didn't have nothing to counter him. So the people you should be mad at is your party. Y'all didn't hold your party accountable. Your party lied to you. And you thought that this was the way of the world, and it's not. Because the numbers doesn't work in your favor. The world is conservative. It's not liberal. You do realize this, right? This is why I made the point, always make the point of men getting their passports. Because when you get your passport, listen, you don't have to be sitting up here being a single man if you want to get married. Outside of the Western world, you can find a conservative, like-minded woman. And it ain't all these stipulations. You got to be like an Adonis god and all this. No, that's not the case at all. It's somebody for somebody. Because a lot of you guys, the average of the men, you guys pretty much make pretty good money. If you were in these other countries, like the Philippines, Thailand, you'll be up in the top echelon of men financially. Shoot, that's huge. And you got a huge dating pool of women to choose from. Instead of sitting back and putting up with this disrespect, men hating ass women and all this other type of stuff, these women in America, outside of the conservative ones that are married, we don't have much of an option to choose from. And if you non-black, I'm going to get on that end too. I'm finished talking about the black diaspora of it. Now I'm going to talk about the whites and others. You ain't safe either. Because if you're a conservative, you're going to try to date her because she's good looking. And we already know, white and other, you can't tell her you're conservative. Why get into marriage? It's going to come up. It's going to come up. You're going to be destined for divorce too. Within 2 years, guaranteed. That's exactly what you're going to come. You don't have anything, man. It is what it is. You have to accept it. Man, I got a friend of mine right now, man. He's been married, 2 children, right? He's conservative, about the only one in the house that's conservative. His children are liberal, you know? His daughter hates Trump. She can't stand Trump. She hates Trump. Trump the hater. I hate that guy. He's a loudmouth bigot. that old lie, oh, that orange man. I hate orange man. So this is the type of stuff. Man, if I were really wanting to make some money, all I have to do is be like the rest of these clowns and say how much I hate Trump, which is not true. Actually, I'm a lover of Trump because I love what he's actually doing to this country. But let's face it, people can make some serious money, and they have been. Democratic Party hire them. I know who a lot of the Democrat shields are. I know the ones that are getting paid, man. I'm not gonna mention no names, but when they were running in elections, though, which many of y'all don't realize that they were getting paid by the Democratic Party to push propaganda. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Their theories didn't hold no water because they didn't have no policy. Their policy was to criticize Trump on every level because Trump had policies that worked. Shit, you know what I'm saying? We know how the internet works by now. I mean, all you got to do, hear the women come because it ain't the men, it's the women. The women, most of them are liberals on on these social medias. You can see that, you know. They want men to pander to them like they used to. Since men are not pandering to them no more, we're giving them the business. Way before Trump won the election, we wasn't going to no nightclub. Man, I don't go to nightclubs no more. For what? To watch women dance up on each other, kissing all up on each other, grinding on each other. For what? What are we getting out of it as a man? Nothing, right? What you gonna do? Buy drinks for a woman? For what? So she could simp your ass and talk shit behind your back? Yeah, ladies, I'm going there. I'm going there, liberal women. Exactly. The men know the game. That's why I told them to get your passports and roll the fuck out. Because you're not getting shit here in America other than getting your money in education. America is great for that. It has a lot of great things. Yeah, you can buy a house here, all this other stuff. Once this economy turned back, we're going to the golden age. But far as with these women, when they want to withhold sex, shave their hair, let them. I don't care about that stuff. Let them. I don't fuck with them anyway. I don't date them. Let them. Because they're going to starve themselves out. And I want this to be a message that I'm sending that the men have had enough. And I want to have more passport bros this coming new year. I would like to see that number drop up dramatically. We can get 50% of the bros and others to roll the fuck on out and make them suffer here because the suffrage is coming again. But the suffrage with these liberal minded women, when we don't fuck with y'all at all, I don't fuck with liberal ass minded women. I don't have liberal minded women friends. Fuck you. Okay? That's what I say. And I don't care if you don't like it. Fuck the ratings and fuck you too. And fuck the views, right? Because this is how I'm coming from the heart. I'm not holding this shit up. I'm not gonna pander to you, but I'm gonna slap you up to verbally slap you upside the head with my message that we don't fuck with you. I'd rather deal with a woman that fucks with me, that loves me for me, and get on my program. But if you can't get on my program, get to stepping. You know, this ain't for you. You're welcome to come here and express your opinion, but it ain't gonna change. I stand 10 toes down and I triple down on it too, you know? And that's the thing about it. You're gonna either respect with my viewpoints or you can get to stepping, black, white, and other. If I won't take it from anybody else, I sure ain't gonna take it from no black woman. I don't take my marching orders from no black woman or no woman, right? I'm my own man. You either on my program or hit the highway. That's just how it is. So there that is, right? Got to give y'all a little bit of extra because you know what it was. You know, we already covered the for those that are coming in or whatever. You already covered the some of the 27 amendments. I'm gonna do a part two on that, but I gotta put some spacer in here and get some other things off my chest before I go back to part two on this on another episode on the actual 27 amendments because that's really important. But getting back to this, like I said, I've been pushing the passport bro movement, and that hasn't changed. I got my other friend, he's about to get off the paperwork soon. with this child support thing. Because once you get caught up, men, get yourself caught up with your child support, then you can get your passport. Ain't a damn thing nobody can do about it at that point. That way you can roll out. You know what I'm saying? You can go to these places, right? Thailand, Philippines, Japan, China, and all the rest of them, right? You can go to these African nations and all the rest of them. Nothing wrong with that, South America and the rest of them. Because what I like about the women over there, once again, majority of them are conservative. That's what I love about it. And they don't have no problems getting on a man's program. I'd be damned if I'm gonna get on a woman's program. Hell no. Because your program don't work. That's why I love it when I see y'all act a damn fool on social media. You either gonna get with the program or get the hell on. And right now, I tell them to get the hell on. I don't want you. You can keep your puss to yourself because I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it. Because you got to worry about STDs and everything. You think I believe most of them have high body counts. No good. You know? These old high body counts and everything. Man, there's so much better out here in the world, man. You don't even need to put up with this type of stuff. Let them act a fool. I love it. I love it. In fact, I'm gonna watch some more before I go to bed when I retire this because I just love it when they act a fool. Pull your hair out. Act a damn fool because y'all deserve it. Y'all done pushed the men far enough with these crazy ass democratic liberal ass agendas, which don't even make any sense. Like 49 states voted against that nonsense. Y'all really thought that this woman was the second coming? Harris, are you kidding me? Oh man, it's like a joke. It really is. This is, man, you can't make this up if you try to, man. Really. You really can't. But getting back on the issues once again, like I said before. So I'm gonna be doing a part two to the 27 amendments because it's very important. You know what I'm saying? I had to put that little spacer in there, but we're going to get back on the 27 amendments on there. I covered 10 of them. Then I'm going to do 10 more and then do 7 more after that and things. So that way your rights will not be infringed and things like that. Freedom of speech. We covered that. We covered number 2, which is the right to bear arms, because once again, you do not need to be getting up in here and allowing all this stuff. We go, man. That's what I say. Trump is the truth and things like that. But like I said, with this dating thing is sour. The marriage thing is sour. I don't even like. I'm not even comfortable with a lot of the marriage laws. Have y'all read these marriage laws? And they got a thing called lifetime alimony. Man, are you kidding me? California is notorious for lifetime alimony. So you've been in a relationship for like, what is it, 10 years? Man, they could tear your behind up. That's why I don't understand these guys like Kevin Hart and them, man, Chris Rock and all them. Anybody marrying in California, are you crazy? Are you crazy? And these are celebrities. And they're multi-millionaires. So they could tear your behind up. But a lot of what I believe is like whoever their agents are, baby, you got the money, baby. Baby, you got it. You ain't got to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to be married, right? They always tell these Hollywood celebrities that they got to be married. You know why? Because everybody loves a happy ending story. Instead of a guy running around here being single, when they get their sponsors and everything from a lot of these celebrities and big figure athletes, you know what it's really about? They want to see the sanctity of marriage, right? So therefore, if they're sponsoring, these people to get a McDonald's sponsorship, I believe one of the criteria would could sell it. Well, not McDonald's, but depends on the sponsorship. They can sell it faster if the man is married, right? Married, and then when you got children, oh, so and so is a lover of his wife. He's been with his wife since so and so, and the sponsors love it, right? And they push this type of stuff. Once it stopped rolling, what you think is the real world? Because she's in it for the money. It's a business arrangement. That's what that's really about. But on paper and on the glitz and the glamour, Tinseltown, it looks good on the surface. But I smell boo boo because I don't believe a lot of those celebrities are happy like that. Those are business arrangements. Let's just go on and tell it for what it really is. That's a business arrangement. They ain't over here happy about this shit, but they getting paid from the sponsors too to be married. You know what I'm saying? Everybody been with everybody in Hollywood, right? But it's a business arrangement, man. You're being lied to. You're being fooled. That's exactly what it is. They can't tell me nothing. What am I going to regards to that? Promoting marriage, get your money up, or it's all about the man. Or they always say to men, you got to get your business together, take care of your business or whatever. When the marriage laws are against you in certain states, they're notorious because you have to pay lifetime alimony for the rest of her life. Talk about being pimped. That's being pimped in the highest degree. So no, no, I say no to that. Even a prenup is not be all and tell all either. I don't want to do it. I don't want to be part of any of that type of stuff. I'm not anti-marriage, but in the Western world, I am. I'm just going to tell the truth. Anywhere else, I'm good. And I suggest for you men, until these laws are changing, when Trump gets settled in, if you are going overseas and finding one you want to marry, don't bring her back here to America until until things get better. When we start going back more towards a patriarch system, until then, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I had a friend of mine that told me a long time ago, ex-cop friend of mine, and he was a white dude, right? White. He was like back then. He was like, was it about 4 years ago? He was like 60 then. He been in the Philippines, Thailand. He got him a 25-year-old in his arms. He told me this, man. He said, I made a mistake before. Brought her back to the U.S., and it was hell. She started getting Americanized, got around these American women. And, his ex-wife knew that he had a younger woman. You know how these women don't like it when you dated a younger woman and things like that. He got grief. His ex-wife was a straight bitch to him. You know what I'm saying? So he ran it down to me. He said, you don't want to be bringing these women back here to America, man. And he had a very good reason as to why that is. Because when you do, just so that you know, she's gonna turn like the climate, like they say, like the wind or the elements. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna change, and it's not gonna be good. So he told me that. He said, and I'm giving you guys the same advice. Keep her over there. Don't don't put your marriage on front in America. If you're gonna be registered, you got to be registered married over there in the other countries. But don't, I wouldn't. If I was gonna go over there and marry over there, and I could still come back to America and visit, she can come over here and visit. Because what is it? Most average visit, what, 2 weeks, depending on your job. 2 weeks. Everybody don't go on a vacation for no month. It's not enough time for her to get Americanized. I believe that women have to be totally, totally always, because over there in their countries, see, Philippines, there's beautiful women over there all the time. The competition is great over there in these countries. They have to keep up on their fitness and other stuff because if they get out of line, they can be replaced. That's how it used to be over here in America. I don't like how women are in this false sense of They're in this false sense of a reality that they think that they own all the cards. Broke is a joke. Most of them are broke anyway, right? They live in squalor. Then you know what I'm saying? It's just going to be real. It's just a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. You know, men can survive on their own if necessary. Women cannot. If they don't have a man to protect them, they will die. You know, if you take the police away, you take the firearm away, they have nothing. That's the whole thing about it. And what's going to probably end up like that movie called The Purge. You know, the way that if Trump wouldn't have stepped up with these illegals coming into this country, we was on the verge of having a real purge. Because it was already happening. Those little young girls, Lake and Riley, they ended up getting murdered with these illegals under Kamala Harris border policy, the so-called border czar. That's what ended up happening. We were starting to have a purge in this country like never before. That's why you can't listen to this silly liberal ass women because they're not in the real world. They have no idea how the real world works. They don't understand nothing but their own selfish agendas, pushing that crap. Oh yeah, Trump gonna put abortion ban. They care more about abortion than the actual economy. That's how out of touch a lot of them are. Idiots. Idiots. Most of you liberal women are idiots. And I'm gonna say it again. You are a idiot. Black, white, and other. Idiots. But we ain't gonna let you tear this country up. You're gonna get in line like every other woman around the world. You're gonna get in line or get the hell out of here. That's your choices. If you don't like to be up under the Trump administration, buy yourself a ticket because they're gonna find out that America is the best place for them. If you think it's bad here in America, you think these foreign guys want to marry you like that? All they're gonna do is take your money or marry you for the citizenship. They're gonna bounce to the ounce when they get their asses over here. It already been happening. You think these men want to love you for you? No. They're gonna use your behind because you don't have nothing to offer. You know what the foreign men say about American women? How loose they are. They're I ain't gonna say the other word. I'm about to say it, but that's what it is. You know. For I forgot I'm not on Rumble right now because I got to be careful. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? That's what they think of them. Easy, easy lovers, easy lay. That's what it is because they love liberal-minded women. They don't have no scruples. All this free love, free. I know everybody grew up with free-spirited women. I knew a girl, man, that I went to school with in college. And she reminded me a lot like what's that movie, Forrest Gump. And you remember Jenny? Jenny! You remember that? Gumping over Jenny. And that's what a lot of these guys are. I'm looking for Jenny. Carried the torch for Jenny. She was out there banging everything. Cheeks being clapped and everything. Right? That's exactly what it is. Jenny. You know? Man, ain't nobody looking for Jenny, man. F Jenny. We ain't looking for Jenny. We're looking for a wife. We're looking for somebody that's going to be in our corner. Somebody that got her legs open at every time, Dick and Harry. You know what I'm saying? Which is scary. Nobody's looking. We ain't looking for that kind of crap. You know what I'm saying? So I'm encouraging the men to start standing up for your rights. Stand up for your rights. Stand up and get your passports and roll out. We ain't got nothing here no more. Since they want to act a fool, okay, it's on. Okay, it's on now because being is going to show you liberal women. We already ain't in the nightclubs no more. Who's going to buy your drinks for you? You get all dialed up, dressed up. You're going to be doing it in vain or for nothing because I ain't paying for. You think I'm paying for some drinks? I don't even go to the nightclub. To watch what is I could watch you can watch that shit at home. Huh. You ain't gotta get up here and go to no nightclub and watching these old uh liberal ass women dancing all up on each other and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, passe to me, man. Don't care about that stuff. Don't care about this stuff, man. This is the real thing, and so I'm a man myself. I know how it is. They lack accountability and responsibility, plain and simple. And this is why, if it wasn't for a band, they'd be in all kind of trouble. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Kamala Harris couldn't even get it done. She had to have two men to help her with her campaign on the campaign trail, and that was Obama and Bill Clinton, and they failed. But that's my whole point. You can talk all this big and bad stuff if you want, but that's one thing I ain't never been afraid of is a loudmouth, unruly woman. Because I tell you this, and I'm gonna send a message. Any unruly woman that get in my space, I'm gonna tell you like this. It's a thing called pepper gel. It's it's a nasty thing. And I will pepper gel them. I would, or anybody to protect myself. I'm gonna record you on the phone and pepper gel you behind. When that pepper gel get on your butt, you're gonna wish like hell that you didn't approach me getting unruly. So if y'all thinking that you big and bad, it ain't gotta be physical, but like you carry a pepper gel, I got something, I got the police grade one. And it's a very nasty thing. That's why I say you guys gotta start protecting yourselves as well. Because there's gonna be some unruly ass women. I had an encounter with one, and she was a gorilla. I'm gonna tell you, man. Now I didn't pepper jail her. As long as she kept her ass in their fucking car, they're entitled to say what they want. I mean, I was called everything but the child of God. I ain't gonna go into the details as to what happened to me. But one thing for sure, though, if she would get in my space, in my zone, I was gonna pepper jail her ass, and she was gonna have the rude awakening. You know what I'm saying? That was gonna be for real. Exactly. Because we have a right to protect ourselves. So that's the thing about it, though, man. I'm not going to take no disrespect, and I will not take no ass whooping from a woman either. But I got the next best thing, though, to an ass whooping and that is the pepper jail. You know what I'm saying? That is exactly what it is to protect yourself because we have to. That is the problem, man. Because these liberal ass women are some crazies, man. I never had to do this with no conservative ass woman. Majority of them are crazy ass, liberal minded ass women. Let's just going to tell the truth for what it really is. This is not the Panda Bear show. I'm not in the panda suit, pandering to women, but I tell you the truth because a lot of men's problems are dealing with liberal minded women. Let's keep it real. I don't concern myself very much with liberal men very much. Soy boys, zesty boys. They're not really my concern like that. I have more of an issue with the liberal women than any other group, to be honest. I never had this problem with the LGB community at all. I never had these type of problems. The problems that I have had have been with liberal women. They are insane, crazy, unkept, uncouth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they really are. And they absolutely think that they're entitled for a man, which is absolutely not the case at all. It's ridiculous, man, that they sit up here in a place of privilege thinking that the world and men and everything else bow down to them. The lack of accountability, the lack of responsibility. This is the main thing. This is why you can never debate with them and argue with them because, again, they refuse to accept logic. It's all emotion with them. That's all it is. That's all it is. This is one of the main reasons why I wouldn't, and I dated a lot of liberal women before. I know what I'm talking about. And the shit will go south at some point in time. or they would go to the next best thing. Because again, you know what I'm saying? We already know what it is. Most of these women, especially liberal minded women, they're going to look for the next best thing out. It's always something better. And this is just with the mindset with most of them anyway. It's just how they're hardwired like that. It's weird to me. It's a very weird thing, though. It's very weird for them to, you know what I'm saying, for to be in a situation like this. Because with men, we'd be like, all we're saying is like, when you're like logically, when somebody is taking care of you and doing for you, you know what I'm saying, providing a place for you to stay, bringing home the bacon. I mean, you get bored. I know what happened to me a long time ago, man. And you know, I met up with her, and it was on the internet. She was from California. You know what I'm saying? Shit, man. I was talking to her a year over the phone. This one I didn't know any better, right? It was a lot of mistakes that I did back then. You know what I'm saying? So I was probably about in my early 30s though at the time, and flew out there to California, met her father, her mother, and all this other stuff. And she came from a structured home. You know what I'm saying? She was raised Mormon, to be honest. They didn't really they follow it, but they wasn't like in the Mormon church. And that was an experience. And their father and the father was cool. He was a nerd type of guy. I get it. I'm an undercover nerd myself, and things like that. He loved to play these little online games or whatever. Not World of the Warcraft. It was something else back then. And he was telling me about it and stuff. And I was out there, Palmdale, California. That was my first time, and this was like in 2000, man. This was back in 2000, right? I was out there. And I was out there, man, and I was kicking it with her and stuff like that. And father worked for Raytheon. That's like Lockheed Martin. They hold the military contracts and all this other stuff, right? He worked in the L.A. area and stuff. Guys that are from the area know what I'm talking about. So other than that, um, she was gonna move back with me. I had my apartment back then at the time. I was in an apartment. Stuff. Moved back to Michigan or whatever like that. Because she said she wanted to get a job. I said cool, because to be able to help me out. You know what I'm saying? Because at the time I was sole income. As far as myself. And I think I was working for back then. I was working for a cellular phone company and things like that. When I worked for the cellular phone company, it was pretty good money, especially for myself, but wasn't enough to take care of both of us. That's where we needed a second income. Boy, was I wrong, man. So she ended up getting a job. No, she didn't get a job. She said she was looking for a job. You know what she was looking for when I was at work? And this is because I had the internet at home, right? She was online. You already know what she was looking for, right? Looking for another sip, looking for another patsy. Remember I said before about women? They're going to always look for the next best opportunity. She said, and found some dude in Canada. I mean, I'm coming back. I noticed the closets and everything was getting light. This is a true story. I'm just letting you guys know some things in my life that have happened, right? And I said, so you plan on moving? She said, yeah. I said, you found somebody else? She said, yeah. You know, apologize. I wasn't the type of guy, you ain't going. Oh, man. I was bad, though, but I had to learn a valuable lesson. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn a valuable lesson, though, man. And this was back then in 2000, man, when MySpace was around. Facebook was, what was it, introduced in 2001, I think, somewhere around there. But we had a thing called Yahoo, and it was a thing called Yahoo Chat, and that's what she was on. In fact, that's how we met, was on Yahoo Chat. You know what I'm saying? So for some of you guys that have been around, know what I'm talking about, right? I actually met a lot of women online back then on Yahoo Chat. But like I said, actually, I had better luck on that than some of these dating sites, man. I don't have any more dating sites, man. I'm wasting money. I encourage you guys, man, to get rid of those dating sites, dude. That's bullshit, man. Go on, you should go and cancel that because, like I said, the money you spend in a month, you can save that money after your passport, save up for a vacation, the money that they're charging you, you know, getting the catfish and all that. Thank God I never been catfish though. But yeah, I mean, so going back to the story. So at any event, so Claudia was getting light. I confronted her about it. They give a sob story or whatever like that, every breakup have a little breakup, relations, But at the same time, I said this though. I said, yeah, I'm gonna get my, you know what, to me it really didn't get but I mean it educated me a lot though, keep it real. I learned a lot from that relationship. Moving the strays in, didn't vet her properly, I've talked about vetting before in my other live, and I'm gonna go back to those points again. And she had a mother and a father, but guess what? Because her father was a breadwinner, mother didn't have to work. Her mother had what we call United disease. I call it the Margot Kidder disease. Those that been around, she played the original Lois Lane. I'm dating myself a little bit, but it was back in the '80s, right? She uh she was actually the Lois Lane, Margot Kidder. She had this type of disease, and you guys may have to help me out with the name of that disease. I always call it the Margot Kidder disease, and her mom had the same disease. She was a real nice lady, though. You know what I'm saying? But going back to the story, though, man. So her father bought her a plane ticket, right? To move back to California. She hated it here in Michigan. She hated. A lot of Californians do not like Michigan for the cold weather. California is a very hard state to beat because it's so scenic. It's like an outdoor amusement park with a plus. You know what I'm saying? That's how I treat it as anyway. They got all these like bells and whistles. Y'all got I'm sorry, the beaches. Y'all have like surfing going on. I mean, the first time I ever seen somebody on a surfboard. I never seen nobody on a surfboard before. And this was like back in 2000, man. This is over 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But I was out there, and I'm over here looking at the coast. I'm driving on the 405, driving down in there, driving from Palmdale. She said, our family, they said, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, I've never been to Disneyland before, I said, since I'm out here, I said, you know, I may as well go out and try Disneyland. So I drove, so we drove on the 405 heading to Anaheim, and everything, get there. And when I was there, ladies and gentlemen, this is when California Adventure was being built because it wasn't even built yet. It was in the process of being built. I was out there when California Adventure was being built. You know what I'm saying? And had my first In and Out burger. She told me about In and Out burger. I was like, In and Out, what? I didn't know what. I'm not. I don't know a lot of the back then. I didn't know a lot of the California Americana type stuff. But she told me it been around since I'm sorry, since McDonald's, and how McDonald's ripped their idea off basically, and things. I said, yeah, I kind of see that. She said, you look at the red and gold and red and yellow. She said that's how McDonald's they came up with their stuff. Except for they got the arches and everything. You go into an In and Out. They got the potatoes already peeled, and then they got the cutter. They over here still slicing, cutting potatoes like the way they did it back in the days. I think it's been around since what the 40s. I think what 47. You guys may have to help me out with this one and things, but yeah, you guys may have to help me out with this thing, though. Yeah, but I'm not for sure though. I'm not for sure as to why what date that they come out with. Maybe it was 1947 or somewhere like that. But at any event, so she taught me about about In and Out Burger. I had my first In and Out Burger, and they got their whole thing of how you order at In-N-Out Burger, animal style and all this other stuff. So, it was one of those type of things though, man, that I really enjoy California. It's a beautiful state. I was there back then, way before where it is now. I don't know. The only impression I had in my head about California was back then, as opposed to now. I don't know. I done heard stories about it now, but they said when you was there, it was really in its best stages in the area. I mean, as far as California and things like that. I didn't go in the hood. I drove through there. I didn't go to South Central and all these other areas though. Heard about them. And I got a relative out there. I got a cousin that live in California. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying. I got another friend that's from California. He's from Baldwin Hills. The South Central area, the gated community and all this stuff. So, but other than that, so she was the one that taught me a lot about some of the things in California and things. You know, Californians been to all of the theme parks, man. They done been to them, man. I seen California Adventure. I seen a lot of these other what is it? Universal Studios, Magic Mountain, all these other places though. I mean, they got a lot of theme parks out there, man. Would have had the anime conventions out there, one of the best in San Diego. Now, I never been to San Diego, have never been there, but I would have liked to have gone when I was there in 2000. I'm sure it's nothing like how it is now, you know. But yeah, but that was the last time that I had a live-in girlfriend and things like that, man. And there was a guy, he was a famous radio personality that started in the early 90s, 2000s. And some of you guys may know heard of him. His name was Tom Likas. And Tom Likas, it was a male show that aired on the regular radio, celestial radio, right? And he had a time slot in there. I think he came on about maybe 2:30, 3 p.m. But he had a time slot, and he was giving men that work. He was actually putting men on game about women, man. And did I make a lot of mistakes, right? And he was giving advice for young men not to be in these relationships like that and moving women in for the reason that I just shared with you guys, right? Because it will happen to you and things, because they're always going to be looking for the next is best thing. You're immature to be in a relationship with being in any relationship when you 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. The time that you start thinking about really being in a real relationship is probably about, I would say, probably about 32, 35. Because that by that time you're a lot more mature. See, I didn't have the game back then, right? But that's the time when you really start thinking about being in a relationship. But you can go out here and date these women, use protection. The only problem is that, and it was actually a little bit better to date back then than it is now. It's bad now. I feel bad for you Zennial generation too, man. You millennials too. Y'all had it bad. Y'all actually had it worse than us Generation Xers. Y'all got it real bad, man. I don't even know what it's like at that magnitude. There was glimpses of it in my generation. Don't get it twisted now, but y'all got it worse because you got. I mean, I'm just saying, you got it worse because they expected for guys in their age range to have all this money to take them out on dates, shower them and flower them and everything. And I'm not saying this for all women, but I mean, you guys, when you start looking, and that's one thing about it. When I was growing up in the white community, though, man, I mean, you really didn't have to have very much with in the so-called black community. You had to be you had to be in high fashion just to get a date, just to for them to be halfway interested in your behind. You know what I'm saying? Because again, in a so-called black community, it was much worse, and things like that. The expectations of most black women is exponentially high, and it's outrageously not it's totally not realistic of their type of expectations now. It's way over right now. That's why that's another reason I'll encourage the brothers as well to get the passports and stuff like that, you know. But it's crossing over into you guys' communities as well. I always say this: whatever happens in the black community happens in the rest of the world. It's always the case, man. Canaries in the coal mine, man, is absolutely 100% true. It really is, man. We're in a bad state right now, man. Really. If you want to try, if you talk about dating here, I highly would not recommend it. I'm just being real because I care, man. You know, for a woman, if you are looking to get married, I'm gonna be honest with you. You have to accept conservatism because it's not gonna work with liberals. Two liberal people don't work well with each other, man. Y'all tried that. You know, y'all already don't like kiss ass men anyway. What you think you gonna get with a liberal ass man? You gonna get a kiss and some if you want half zesty or some type of beta male simp type of guy that you could tool, because that's your future. That's all you're gonna be attracted. You're not gonna get anybody that's gonna, you know, as far as a real stand-up man that's handling things, taking care of business, those guys that I know a multi-millionaire. I know a guy right now that got money. You know what I talked to him today. He's actually a mentor of mine. And I talked to him today. You know what he was talking about? Because he's actually a black male, very successful. He ain't worried about nothing. He don't care about what regime come. He ain't worried about it. But we had a conversation, and you know, he he loved dating black women. Nothing wrong with it because he's black himself. And I told him, I said, I'm gonna be really honest with you, and I was. I'm not gonna say some things, but I said because of how YouTube. But at any rate, you could always draw two and two together. We're not the most pleasant, or in their case, they're not the most pleasant liberal mind. It's I always use the liberal because it's the truth. Liberal minded women are not the most pleasant to be around, black, white, and other. They're not. They're not mostly pleasant to be around. He said all his woes. He said like how he was just relaxing on the sofa. She went in his wallet and he was over there visiting some liberal ass woman. And then she went in his wallet and took money out of it. I had women that have actually tried to take money out of my wallet before too. That didn't go over too well. And this is what it is. You even had Cardi B. You remember her? She used to be. She was out there in the world a stripper and things, and I believe a prostitute as well too, hooker, whatever she was. And she was bragging about how she used to rob men for their money. If a man were to do that, he'd go to prison. But it's double standards. But she could write these books and say, you know what I used to do? I used to go out here and rob men for their money. And she didn't have no problem with it at all. I'm Dominican and I go out and rob the man for their money, and that's the thing about it. Just like he was sharing with me how the women robbed him for it. She tried to lift money out of his wallet and stuff like that. And she wasn't much to him. It was a woman they was dating and things like that, Because my mentor friend of mine, he's a lot older than me. I think he's like about 70 something, right? But he date women about 45 and 50, But, and we already know how it go. He was just sharing some stuff with me, man. He said, man, I just don't understand it, Tony. He said, man, I just don't understand it, man. How, you know, I be trying to give him the game, right? You know, I tell everybody my story, man. You know, ain't no excuse. He said, I like you because you don't make excuses, but with these women that I've been dating, I've been trying to teach them about, because he made all his money off of stocks and everything like that. And he loved it. He was very good at it. That's how he was able to retire early. But the problem is with a lot of these people that he dated that were women, they did not like. He tried to give them the game. Of course, they didn't want to learn it because it wasn't. I was explaining to him from another mentor that told me it has to be something in your sweet spot. It has to be something that you are passionate about that gets you fired up to want to do it. And I said, you can tell these women to your whatever in the face, but it's not going to happen because it's not in her sweet spot. You got to keep in mind, we have a society that is built off of have and have not, the give and the givers. And most of the women know that they're on the receiving end. It's like, why do I have to do all that stuff when, I mean, I got you there for this is their logic. This is why you're here. I done had women that have told me that. Why should I want to try to learn anything new for myself? This is coming from them. So I explained that to him, and which you would figure that he would know, but you know how it is. Some of these guys still carrying the torch, still trying to make it work. And I said, no, it's not going to never work. And now, they know what you got, know what you're about, and things like that. I said, let's just say if I was a millionaire or a multi-millionaire, most women would never know it. You know why? Because it's not about what I have, it's about the type of person that she is that want to be with me from the inside, not with my material stuff as to what I have and possessions, you know. So like I said, the ultra rich anyway don't walk around here with all this designer stuff. That's what broke folks do. That's what they don't understand. Your average millionaire drives a used vehicle, man. They ain't out here flashing, being on some Flash Gordon ass type stuff. They don't have to do it. It's not even about that. And my friend, for the most part of it, he don't flash either. If you looked at him, you would have never thought that he was a millionaire. And I know a few of them. They don't do that. But these are the women are trying to get to those type of men. They get themselves all dialed up. You should see them in these old high end hotels and stuff like that. Guess who's in the bar? Guess who's over there trying to entice and trying to? It's like advertising, man. They're trying to advertise to entice the men, to get the men interested, the ones with the money, and they just usually have fun with them because having that kind of money, you're in the top echelon of men. Those are the guys that are having fun with the highly beautiful, highly sophisticated type of women, and those are the guys that most men, we already know we would never be able to date them kind of women, which is fine. It's a social hierarchy. But we don't be thinking about, well, we're entitled to be able to date that hot supermodel. We're entitled. See, but women have that entitlement, but we don't have that entitlement because excuse me, we already know what it is. We already know what it is, right? We already know what it is. And what it really is, like I said before, you got the entitlement thing going on, lack of accountability, lack of responsibility right then and there. These women that dial themselves up and get themselves all up, is a particular type of guy that they want. Even the average ones, yeah, all of them say I want a high, what Kevin Samuels used to say, a high value man, right? High value man. Now, nothing wrong with what you want, but that ain't necessarily what you're going to get, unless if you're a high value woman. And that's what his whole message was, talking about the late great Kevin Samuels. For some of you guys didn't know, he was actually a image consultant as well as a date coach, and he gave the advice for men and women. And actually, he gave a lot of advice more towards the women. He was giving the women a game. They bucked. they resist because he didn't pander to them. See, still, he talked to criticize Steve Harvey, which I criticized Steve Harvey. He was one of the major problems and things. We wrote that book, Straight No Chaser, Think Like a Man. These are the books that he wrote pandering to women. He told them lies, gave them information about men and stuff, which wasn't true. Because if Steve Harvey was really that dude that really loved women, especially black women, a lot of them will be married in relationships, but they aren't. They were miserable. It's the same thing when they go to church on Sunday and the minister just keep hope alive, keep holding on for that man. You know what I'm saying? And still single. It don't have it. It's not a lot to do with the men, ladies. It's a lot to do with you and your liberal thinking because it's not of God and it's not of America. So you got two strikes against you, and you still carrying on this type of ideology, thinking that you're gonna be able to muster up something or conjure up something or attract something. It's wishful thinking. It would never happen. And some of you are already, in your 40s, in your 50s. All I got to say, and being older like that and liberal, I feel bad for you. I'm one of the few men on this social media with YouTube that's really gonna tell you the truth. You are in you're in a world for hurt. It's not gonna be in your favor. The older you get, the more challenging it is. I try to give this advice to a friend of mine, and it's much difficult when you have children. It is what it is. Most of the men that's about value have checked out. I got a lot of friends of mine that got passports that have been places, and they make very good money, man. They make very good money. It don't make any sense, even for an average guy, man. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to put up with disrespect. Now that you have liberal-minded women that's losing their mind, black, white, and other. With me, I don't just single out one particular group. It's this is a general problem that we are facing here. This is a major problem for them, not for us. It's for them. They are the problem. It's their thinking. It's what they have been accustomed to. Like you're not married, you won't get a ring on your finger. Being a liberal minded ass woman, it won't work. I'm giving women that's liberal right now a way out if they decide to take it. But you could be like most of them. You can go into your 40s, 50s, 60 years old, still keeping hope alive. It ain't gonna work. And they are the most single and the most divorced. It's the liberal minded women, gentlemen. It's not you guys. It's not about you voting Trump and all this stuff. They use that as an excuse to say that we're fucked up in the head. But really it's them. They are the ones that are fucked up. I'm just here to set the record straight, you know, besides talking about the Bill of Rights and the amendment stuff. All that stuff is great because you're supposed to know that stuff. Men and women, you're supposed to know that stuff. But right now, I'm addressing an issue that I've seen, and I addressed it in my other live, but I didn't cover this part of it. And I said I wanted to go back, and I'm gonna touch on it some more. I'm gonna make some parts to it, twos and threes and fours, because I want to put in the head that it's the liberal thinking that got them where they are today. Liberal minded thinking today with a lot of liberal minded women. Whether you want to hear the truth or not, you can take this advice and you can make some changes. You don't got to take this advice now. That's one thing about being in America. Freedom of speech. You ain't got to take this advice. You could do the hell what you want to do. You can go out here with piercings. You can go out here with tattoos. You can go out here with this different color hair, chopping of the hair. You're entitled to do all that. But I guarantee you will not get a ring on your finger. I know that for a fact. And this is not what men are looking for to marry. I would never wife up a woman with tats and all the rest of that stuff. It is what it is. And most men are conservative minded thinking. And I'm telling it to you like it is, whether you like it or not. Being real truthful for you. Because I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't have a dog in that fight when it comes down to pandering to liberal women. I won't sell out my belief systems, my core values for the money like a lot of these other yo-yos have done. I refuse to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to sit out here and sell out my core values and things like that. And things because I know, like I said, I know some of these guys on here that I've been on a lot of people's lives as well too. They got big channels. I ain't gonna say no names, but they have sold out. They do the pandering thing. They pander to liberal-minded women for what? For the money and the views. And this is why you ladies that are liberal-minded like this, you are not getting nowhere. You are living in a false world, man. You're in a bubble because the real world is conservative. That's why they're losing it now. They just had the realization when Trump won, 49 states went red, Republican, voted for Trump. This is real thing. This is they just now just being shocked about this. But it's bad enough that they went shocked. But here it is. They took it a step further, gentlemen. They started blaming the men. They said it's your fault. You are the ones that it's your fault. You're the one that's been doing it. Because remember I said before, women, liberal women hate accountability and responsibility. Remember? It's always your fault. As a man, it's always your fault. You. Man bad, woman good. Man do this. This is how they think in their head. Oh, there's a man. Man hate speech. Oh, when think they hear woman hate speech, they consider me woman hate speech. And I'm just telling the truth about them and their thinking. It's their thinking why they're in this situation. You could be, it's your choice where you can decide to be cuddled up next to someone and be married because you guys as women still got it easier than we do. But the problem is that your way of thinking under the liberal mindedness and feminism and liberalism go right in hand with each other. That's destroying America. It's destroying the sanctity of a marriage between the man and the woman. We have a great wedge between us. That's why we can't get together with you. Not with that thinking. You have gone your whole life. It's time to start giving it up. Younger women, y'all still got time to bail. You can be like you want to be like your single mamas. You want to be like your aunts, your cousins, your friends that are older that are not married. And the longer they're not married, guess what? They start hating men. Here's a correlation. Nobody's lying about this type of stuff. I'm one of the very few that's telling the truth because I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm not trying to get with you. I'm not trying to kiss your ass. I don't care. I've been single longer than being in a relationship these days, and I'm perfectly fine. Disease free, drama free, no children free. I can still have children if I want to, but hell no, not with no liberal minded woman because you're out to destroy me. And anything I learned about the past, and that's exactly what it is, right? About it though, man, I dog in that fight because I practically don't care what liberal-minded women do. I really don't. But if you talk about the protection from a man, you get that marriage. Men are 3 or 4 times likely to be with a liberal. I mean, than be with a conservative-minded woman because she dressed conservatively. She thinks of the family, take care of the children. Every man knows this, right? It's amazing that y'all can't get on the same program. That's why you're miserable and single. It is what it is. I'm not going to Steve Harvey you because his shit don't work. He's a liar, obviously, right? Keeping the telling the truth like what it really is. That's exactly what it is. We are in a situation right now where these liberal-minded ass women that have an entitlement, as well as lack of accountability, lack of responsibility, and just being pandered to and catered to over and over and over and over and over. And this is the thing about it. They don't know what to do with a real man. That's why they hate Trump so much. Look at Ivana. Yeah, you can say a lot of it has to do with the money. Ain't no problem there. Ain't no problem there. But you still can say that she's conservative. You want definitions of what conservative women look like? You looking at one. She's Ivana, one of the most beautiful women in the world. Are you kidding me? But she's conservative. They ain't all out there tattooing it up, thoughting it up, shaking it up. Women night. All that's liberal minded thinking stuff. That'd lead to a divorce. I wouldn't. I don't go for girl trips and all that stuff. Liberal minded women do. They have problems with that. That's why I cut my friend. I don't have friends anymore that are liberal minded women. I don't rock with that stuff because we don't have nothing in common. You do you. Nobody. I'm not a man trying to tell you what to do. You do what you must do. I don't have a dog in that fight. Remember? They want to act like, oh, yeah, he's controlling. No, I'm not. You do what you want to do. You can cut all that hair off. Why don't you go and shave yourself bald, put more tattoos on, gain weight, and do all that? You are entitled to. One thing about me, I don't care what you do. This ain't about controlling. You do what you want to do. You want to sleep around with numerous relationships with men? You want to do all that stuff? Go be my guest. Go right for it. Power to you. It just ain't going to be with me. I don't have nothing to do with it. And I have that right. I don't have nothing to do with this foolishness at all. And why should it care to you? I'm just some random guy speaking. Why should it matter to you? That's another problem with liberal women. They want to try to convince every man to be on the same program as them. Every single man. No. One thing about it is, with most of us men, we really don't give a damn what you do. You ain't with us. It ain't minus and deducted from my wallet. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The nerve, the nerve to get up here with this type of stuff. And and like I said before, um, all I'm saying is simply this, man. Once again, I'm putting this stuff out there, and I may change up the title if I find it getting too, because I know I said I was debating if I even wanted to talk about the 27th amendments and stuff like that, and I seen where that kind of went. Because, like I said, you got people that may not still be ready for that type of stuff. Some of them may not ever be ready, right? So I have to talk about something else, stuff that people can really sink their teeth in. Because what I learned about social media and the internet, it seems that the drama stuff really, people are in tuned on that stuff more so than education. They really are. Like the stuff I'm talking about right now. Even though it is important to talk about, but not really. Because once again, I don't have a dog in that fight. But my education to women and men would be this. I said, if you're a liberal minded man, you will be frustrated. You will have women problems being a liberal as a man. I'm just going to be really honest with you. Because these women that you trying to like up on, a lot of them are liberal women. And conservative women, you can forget it. You ain't going to get no conservative woman being no liberal minded ass man. Not really, but she ain't gonna respect you. Ultimately, it's about whether a woman gonna respect a man or not. If you don't have these key things, she's never gonna respect you. And even if you have these key things, you're looking at it all wrong. Like I said, the majority of the problem is liberal-minded women. It's not so much of the men that's at fault at right now. And this is coming from an old school black woman that have taught me this. She said, "Baby, I feel sorry for your generation. Lord have mercy. Look at what y'all got to go through." She said, "You know what I see? I never would have thought in my time to see these women out here with their backside out. And they out here got their front and their backside out. They got all these tattoos. And I grew up where a woman was a lady, which is true, which is true. Versus now, huh, this ain't about no judging nobody. This is about worse. It's beyond judging. This is one of the main reasons why they are single. They don't get it. They absolutely have this entitlement. Like men are supposed to a high value man in the boot. Like they got to deal with this. Are you kidding me? They don't have to deal with this type of stuff at all. When you up in the upper echelon, especially, you got a circle of rotation of women, and most men that's very successful in the rotation of women. You got to be something special to be able to get a ring on your finger. One thing about women, it's the competition for y'all is fierce. It depends on what you're trying to get. But for an average conservative woman, she can get married like that to an average conservative guy. There's nothing wrong with that. On average, liberal women, they think that they deserve the best. Got to make all $1,000 a year, be in a big house. They actually, they actually think they're entitled to this stuff. You're not entitled for that. You know darn well you know what is the value? What are you bringing on the table for real? For real, you can't sit up here and say that you are the table because you're liberal. You're going to be single for a long time for some of you women, and I'm okay with that too, because you can't play the long game like men can. See, I can play the long game, but you can't. You can't play the long game. Women got to play the short game, or you're out. It's just how it is. You cannot play the long game like a man. There ain't no man checking for no old woman. Sorry, they're not. And I'm keeping it real. The little small, what you may call, it's not anecdotal. They can't play the long game. Men can. I can still have children. I can still have children now. You know what I'm saying? But the problem are liberal minded women. And that's why I've been addressing you guys. And this is my rebuttal back to these insane women. I may even change this title right now a little bit and probably include that in here because we need to have this conversation. In fact, for the next so many weeks, I'm gonna actually go into more depth about this type of stuff for my pushback of how these liberal-minded women, black, white, and other, that are unruly and out of control. And it's about time that I shed the spotlight on they behind because men are looking at you act a fool, talking about you don't want us, you gonna withhold sex, I gonna shave my head. You go ahead and shave your head and you go ahead and withhold sex because I guarantee you this, you expose yourselves and men ain't gonna have nothing to do with you. Conservative men are not gonna don't rock with you like that. They don't f with you like that. They're not gonna issue with you like that. They don't have to. They don't have to, and they won't, and they're not keeping it real. So you liberal mind, you deliver this message on this channel. You go run and tell it. To the rest of the liberal women, I'm sending a message out there that there's a new sheriff in town right now. So you either gonna shape up or ship out. It's just straight like that. And for some of you, it's too late to shape up. You may as well just go ahead on and roll on out into the sunset because we ain't checking. I'm not checking. And I'll be damned if I get with a liberal ass woman. Hell no. I done explained all the things that turn men off. We don't like the fact with these tattoos, these piercings, this different color hair, chopped off hair, and all the rest of them. You go run and tell that. Go run and tell it, right? Because you're either going to get in line or I'm going to piss you off. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. You're going to either get in line and get with the program or ship out. Because we as men are not taking this stuff no more. Telling for the liberal-minded women. Not you conservative women. Y'all already married. You're already settled in. You know what I'm saying? I have great respect for conservative women. I know some. I know the ones that are married. Salute to you. It's all good. You won. You out the dog. You out the fight. You don't have a fight in that either. You don't have a dog in that fight. Conservative women that married, y'all don't have a dog in that fight. Don't even do the sisterhood thing trying to protect them. They're jealous of you. They want what you have. You know what I'm saying? For those that had a mother and a father that was raised right, you were one of the lucky ones. A lot of, especially in the Black community, it's a dumpster fire. Relationships are a dumpster fire. Especially if you're going to link up with a liberal-minded ass woman, it's a dumpster fire. That's straight like that. You can't tell me that it isn't. You can't. They can't show me the blueprint that liberalism in with a what liberal-minded ass woman works. Majority of them are single and they are depressed. Prozac and lithium and all this other crap that they got to take. You know what I'm saying? Psychotropic medications and stuff like that. Statistically, coming from them, right? Out of control, right? Unkept, unclean. These are and going into TDS or Trump deranged type of stuff right here, man. This is the stuff right here that people are dealing with. hmm Man, it's early in the morning. It's almost 7 a.m. I'm about to return in. See, I'm a night owl. I work in the night up until the day. I said, you know what? I just felt like talking a little bit, Raul or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Because originally I created the channel for the 27 amendments, which I am going to get back on that. But, I try to give information, but I got to bring up the drama stuff because this is the stuff that's hurting relationships in America. And all these dating coaches are bullshit and all this guru device, all this crap, and all that type of stuff. I ain't going to say no names, but it's a bunch of garbage because they know what I know. The problem is liberal-minded women in their thinking of this entitlement that they have been given that are delusional and they white sweet little lies and they want to be lied to, right? They want to be told sweet, give me sweet, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. I love Fleetwood Mac. Tell me lies. That's what they want. They want to be told lies. This is what they like. This is what they do. They want you to tell them lies. My rebuttal back once again is going towards these out. I would have never even did this so much because we'll just find this bit the passport boys. But now you blown the passport boys up even more when y'all got on there with your insane ass self. You expose yourself. These guys, thank you. That's why I told the guys, y'all don't complain, be thankful. Because now we know who these people are. I got screenshots. Stay away from her because she's nutty. Nutty as a fruitcake. You don't want that? No way. They did us being a favor. They did you a favor. And I'm sure it's gonna get worse. When they're gonna be the same ones out there protesting. That's the one you don't want. That liberal ass woman, stay the hell away from her. I told my nephew this. Stay the hell away from liberal minded ass women because they don't mean you no good. They mean you more harm than good. That's exactly what it is, though, you know? And I stand 10 toes down and I'm 100% correct on it. I stand on what I stand on. They can't defeat it. They don't have the model to show it. They do not have the model, ladies and gentlemen, at all. This is why they're miserable. And they hate what people like myself saying is the truth. F Steve Harvey and what he's talking about. Now look at him. He had to flee out of the goddamn country. Why? We already know because of the allegations and the accusations that's being thrown in those freak offs and Diddy parties and all that. He ain't the only one. Your knights and your saviors, look at him. You know, your ushers, look at him. Y'all were all worshiping under Usher. Look at him. Man, I'm loving this. This is like Judgment Day. It felt like Christmas came early. The downfall of these Hollywood elites, too. All the pandering that they did. They did more harm towards the men and pandering. They made all the money off the pandering to the line to these goddamn, liberal-minded ass women. They were making all the money. They were sitting up there making all this goddamn money, man. I'm about to bring it in. I'm about to bring my plane in because I gotta get to sleep. But right now, I'm just kind of riding off of a little bit of adrenaline that's keeping me up right now to get this message across. Because I want to share it with other men out there. Your enemy are liberal-minded women. They already showed their hand. There's nothing good gonna come from it. You know what I'm saying? Being really honest. So therefore, what you're gonna have to do, you're gonna you can get your passport, or you could be one of those mid-tile guys going their own way. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? You could be one or the other. Because right now, they out here shaming men, disrespecting men, and so forth. And I said, I can't have this. I can't have that without no pushback. And I'm going to give you the pushback. Go run and tell it to your girlfriends that are liberal. Go run and tell it because you are the ones that are single. If you in a relationship, loving relationship, you ain't got no time to be up in a man's face trying to defend something if you were really happy like that. But we know that you're not. That's why you know when I get this things that's coming in, it's always from single women, single liberal women. That's what it was. You know, enjoy your cat, enjoy your dog. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not telling you not to have one. You may as well, better than being lonely, right? Because you refuse to think of a different way other than feminism and this notion of being this damn liberal ass type of stuff. They don't work well at all. You can't give me the model that it works. It don't. You trying to make it work. You offended a lot of men. Harris policies offended a lot of men. It threw the men off. I was offended, and I'm not even in the dog fight. I said, oh, hell no. I said, no, I'm going to get on here and do something about that. Like that one brother, hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Hell no. Hell no. It's a thing that a man has. It's a passport. And you're about to lose more men because guess what? They're going to be flying. They're already flying out. They've been flying out. Newsflash for you liberal-minded women. You know why they're flying out? Because of you. You are the ones that have made make these men rolling out. You are the ones that's making me roll out. It's your fault. And it's time that you are going to be held accountable and responsible for your actions. Whether you want to accept it or not. You the one that don't have no ring. You the one that's not in a loving marriage. You the one on psychotropic drugs and all this other stuff. You the one that got single girlfriends, keep single women single. You the ones that have this type of stuff. You the one that's taking bad advice. You the one on these college campuses and all the rest of this nonsense. Your shit don't work. That's why I do this, because I enjoy it. I get great glee seeing a lot of you go absolutely catastrophic. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the fact, I relish in the fact, I love the fact that you're so angry and crying. I just love it. I just love to see it. Boy, I love to see it. Because it's about time that you done put a lot of men in pain with this child support stuff, alimony stuff, use these men, thought it was funny, playing man games with our emotions and things like that. So this is why you're getting pushback now. And I'm going to give you a verbal tongue lashing at the same time. You know? So like I said, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I'm like Mike Tyson. So what? I voted for Trump. What you going to do about it? You ain't going to whoop my ass, so what are you going to do about it? Nothing. But take what I'm giving you. Because this is something your father should have been doing. Getting in your ass. This is where it's at. This is why we don't have a situation. Look at the marriage rate, sour. 70% of the women leaving their marriage over BS, frivolous type of stuff, man, trivial type stuff. They don't work in a relationship. They always think that something is better. They always do, and they will leave you for something better, man. Don't believe me? Why all these celebrities and stuff? They don't have the model either. They ain't the poster child for marriage. Oh yeah, Denzel Washington, he been with his. They used to say the same thing with Will Smith. Oh yeah, Will Smith. Look what ended up happening with him and Jada Pinkett. Look at it. They don't have the model. Her liberal ass. And look at him too, being liberal. Look at him. Ain't a man among him at all. When I see Will Smith, come on now. You ain't gonna, you seeing all the examples right in front of you. And he ain't the only one that live under the skirt tail of his woman. That ain't sexy at all, man. No way. No. You know what I'm saying? So this is where the problem is. America is starting to lose the patriarch. That's why Trump stepped in to save the male patriarch, to build it back up, whether you want to accept it or not. It is what it is. So you're going to know when you run across this channel, I support Trump. What you going to do about it? I voted for Trump. What you going to do about it? You think I care? I don't care about these goddamn ratings and all the rest of this stuff. What you going to do about it? That's the question. Right? That's exactly what it is. You can be on here for foolishness, or you can be learning something of who your enemy really is. Liberalism is your enemy. Anti-American too. I ain't gonna be on no woman that's anti-American. Are you crazy? They hate America. They hate freedom of speech. They only want freedom of speech when it benefits them. They vote for their best interest. They already showed, man. Listen, even with black women, vote Kamala Harris. All that shit on record that Kamala was doing towards black men. Are you crazy? 1,500 marijuana cases against black males. Are you crazy? And then want to hold a cash bond in the black community, in the low income community. She was still for the cash bond. Who has that money to bail out? Truancy laws and stuff like that. They are used to voting against their best interest. As long as it's a black female president, liberal at that, no way in the world, man. I would not touch that. I wouldn't have touched her 20, 30 years ago. Montel Williams didn't marry her. He dated her, but he didn't marry her. That's a hit and a half for y'all asses. Look who she had to marry. Dougie Doug. Doug. You know, remember the cartoon Doug? She had to end up marrying Doug. Oh, Dougie Doug, Dougie. Beta male simp. That's who she married. Anybody impressed with that type of stuff? I'm telling it like it is. I'm telling the truth. I've been straight up and real, and I would debate any liberal woman that want to come in my space. Bring it on, because I can tear you up. Because you ain't got nothing to debate against. You ain't got nothing. You have nothing, and it's about time that you learn the truth. You are the problem. It's your thinking, liberal women. This is why you are single. This is why men don't want to have nothing to do with you. This is why they're not in the nightclubs no more and all this stuff. I wonder where all the men at. I wonder why they ain't checking for me no more. We checked out because I've been spreading this message underground. Now it's become on the surface level now. They getting their passports and they're rolling out. Men, get your passports, get your passports. Because like I said, it's going to get much worse than what y'all seeing. For them, not for us, for them. Because they have alienated themselves from men. We're going to see if you can stand the rain without having a man, liberal-minded woman. And I bet you can. Men can survive. I can do this long game for a long time. Men are built for that. Y'all aren't. That's just talk you doing. We'll see how long you can go without men, right? Man, I'm giving the sound and alarm, and I'm gonna be doing a part 2 to this too. I'm not at my ends for real, but I'm gonna be doing a part 2 to this stuff, man, because all it did is just excited me up to the point as being a beacon of hope for men. Get your passports and roll out. Leave these liberal women alone. It ain't like a lot of you got a lot of options with conservative women. Most of them are married. Just how it is. So you got to go elsewhere for the conservative woman. Like buying a car. I'm looking for a particular model of car with low miles, right? Don't have to have a lot of repairs on it. You know, I got to find out how many owners, what the maintenance, what the upkeep, how was he checking the oil, checking the tires, seeing if the car is being well maintenance. We're going to be buying used most of the time. It's all good. Men are okay with buying used. I've bought used cars all my life. I had maybe a couple of new ones, but I done had used cars all my life. It's all good. We understand that as men. We just don't want a car with high miles on it, where it want to break down. This is one of the main reasons why I like Toyotas. This is my Japanese girlfriend, is my Toyota, right? That's my car, for real. I'm speaking metaphorically as well, too, because she's going to be reliable. She's going to take me to the promised land, right? She's making me money, right, for what I do. I don't get a lot of back talk. I don't get a lot of side lip, side eye. You know what I'm saying? She's going to be old faithful. That's what I'm talking about. Low miles, the engine will run forever. Like being in a relationship. It's like having those old pairs of shoes to put on. Nice and comfortable, right? That's exactly what it's like. You know what I'm saying? I just get excited to even talking about it. Having a nice, being down ass woman. You ain't gonna find that with no liberal woman. You're gonna get a lot of lip, you're gonna get a lot of mouth, you ain't gonna get dinner, ain't gonna go have whole sex, all the rest of this stuff. That's what you're gonna be doing. Many of you guys are in those relationships. Feel bad for you, but there's choices to be made. You're gonna have to pay now and pay later for the guys. And what I mean by that, if it's going to be a divorce, it's gonna cost. It may be a little, it may be a lot, but it's gonna cost. Just how it is. But man up on that, take care of that, because it's about your happiness. It's not about her in happiness per se. When see, Western women don't understand, liberal Western women don't understand. Conservative women do. And what I mean, let me elaborate a little bit more before I go. And I'm about to end it. The problem is that it's about a man's happiness, right? This is what a lot of conservative women understand. Because when that man is happy, she should be happy. Because the more happy that man is, the more he's going to do for you, ladies. But see, with liberal-minded women, they don't see it that way. It's about her happiness. It's about what a man got to do for her. Look at all these simps out there doing all this stuff for her. Look what's happening now. The dating game is gone. It's a dumpster fire. You think these online relationships working? No, dumpster fires. I don't believe you. I know I had a lot of women friends. I know the stuff go. They all complain to me. I get ghosts. They always on here about sexing all the time because that's all it is. Do you think they're gonna be online? Going online looking for a relationship is like going to a nightclub. One and the same. The same girls, liberal ones at that, are gonna be in the nightclubs, just like they online, and they will betray you. Just how it is. So once you come to terms with this, gentlemen, and know that you can get your passport and you can roll out. That's why they were giving the passport boys all that grief. They were trying to. You think we gave a damn? No, we didn't. We didn't. Because come the first of the year, I'm going to be going to the Philippines. I'm going to be going to Thailand. I'm going to go to Japan because I love anime. I can kill two birds with one stone. And I do know how to speak some of these languages. I'm not fluent, but I'm still been learning, you know. And like I said, and it's always good too. I'm going to suggest for you men to start brushing up on some of these languages, and they're not that hard to learn. But these are the things that's necessary to be able to have this happiness as a man. It ain't about her happiness; it's about your happiness. And when your happiness comes, then she understands that she's gonna be happy. Because the reason why I say that she was gonna be happy when you're happy, because you're gonna be doing more for her. She's man, I know guys, man, my wife been so good to me, man. And I bought her this, I did that for her. See, they don't see that's what feminism have fucked their minds up. Pardon the pun, excuse the French, but it's the truth. It's all about her happiness. That's it. And the more that you do for her happiness, the more she's unsatisfied. We know that women hate nice guys. They do. You want to be a simp? Um, so I feel bad for you, guys. You want to kiss her ass? I feel bad for you. I really do. I feel bad for you guys, man. I feel really bad for these guys, and I shouldn't be because you guys know by now you shouldn't be looking for sympathy and feeling sorry for yourself when you can just get your ass in the gym, like when I'm going to be back doing. I'm going to get myself in the gym and become even fitter. I'm going to get myself fit, real fit, real fit. I got some resolution things that I'm gonna be doing, right? And also, because I already got my passport, been had my passport. Because I'm gonna be going to these countries, and I'm gonna be showing you when I get it going on there to be encourage other men. And this is the middle finger for the women that still refuse to change. Now, I'm sure that some of these women have had an evaluation that may have listened to me long enough to say, man, I think this guy is on to something here because I never really quite thought of what's been holding me back from being married and stuff. It's my liberal ways that keep me single. And you know why they do this? And the Democrat Party been pushing all this stuff? Because as long as you're single, women spend more money single, looking for the high, buying shit that they don't need, doing all the shopping and all this other crap stuff, right? It's tough, man. For a woman, it's tough to be single for a woman unless you truly want to be. But I know that most women, liberal too, do not want to be single, not for very long. but you're chasing a high. You're chasing something that is, it's not the real deal. Whether you want to agree to disagree, and I'm gonna bring it in, but it's not real, ladies. You've been living a lie. You've been told a lie. You've been taught a lie. And I'm here to set the record straight. You guys have been lied to most of your life. And I see a lot of these women that don't know how to cook, or they're lazy and don't want to cook and so forth. It's not going to get the ring on your finger. It's going to keep you single. And you're going, here's another generation of Zennials now. Zennials are totally undateable, man. It's even worse than millennial and Generation X and baby boomer. Zennials are gone for the women, liberal and all. The liberal training camps have done a great injustice to you guys of convincing you guys that men is the enemy. The whole Democratic Party is really about attack on male masculinity, and all the wars, all the problems are stemming from men. This is where the problem is, right? It's really sad, but it's the truth. They have taught you a lie, because if that was the truth, by your own admission for voting for Kamala, she should have won. I'm gonna tell you how what she could have done to win. If Kamala would have been, let's say, conservative minded versus liberal minded, and put men and celebrated men as we should have been, instead of attacking and kicking men down, she would have been a shoe-in for a president. You know why? Because if she would have been on most of the policies of what Trump would have been doing, it would have been a narrow race right then and there. But you didn't give nobody no choice. For most people, you didn't give them no choice. With that rhetoric BS that she was spitting out of her mouth, she really didn't give people no choice. It's the truth. I know there's people that voted for Trump but couldn't stand Donald Trump. They could not stand Donald Trump. They hated him. But tell me why they still voted for him. They hated him, but they voted for him. Hated him. Couldn't stand him. Hated him. Big mouth, orange man, all this other stuff. It's the truth. They couldn't stand him. But they said, how in the hell, she was nice. It was about being friendly and bringing joy. It was a joyful, what would they call it? Joyful campaign. Talking to the people, my brother. Yes, sir. I'm talking to the people, and I'm talking to the brothers as well, brother. Because, like I said, black men, before I bring this plane in, black men have suffered far long enough under feminist, liberal ass mindset of women, especially in the so-called black community. It's the truth. And that's why you got to get your passports and roll out, because, like I said, man, some of them is too late, because the older they get, the rougher it is. Yeah, I appreciate it, Leaf. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I'm just like I said, man. I've been up for, because I do Uber. I'm an Uber driver and things like that. Um, but I'm just spitting that real truth, man. And this is fire right now, though. It's been more fire than I really wanted to talk about the the actual 27 amendments. I'm gonna have to retrace that to another time, because I'm trying to get people prepared, trying to get them ready, because they're trying to they were trying to take our constitutional rights away from us. And now that these out of control, liberal minded ass people have run amok in this country, and basically with Trump, as we already know, he's a person that's going to bring it back in. And the ones that can't get in line, they may have to do like the celebrities do, and they'll find them somewhere else to live. They have that choice instead of sitting up here complaining, because it's not going to get them the ring. I've already talked about this stuff, my brother. Leave. I broke this stuff down, because it ain't even rocket science. It's just simple stuff. You ain't gotta be high tech. Steve Harvey lied to these women, especially the sisters. They lied to them. I don't believe in any of them. Think like a man. You can't think like a man because you got to be like a man. You acting like you got a lot of leverage in this game for these liberal-minded women, and they don't. You have no leverage because you have time against you. Biological clock. If anything that Kevin Samuels would have taught you women, especially you sisters, is just that as what I said. But you still believe because you have a phony propaganda, you have a phony system that's backing you up and telling you lies. And it doesn't hold any type of weight, no bearance at all. It's just a bunch of lies, a pack of lies. And my likes should be up even more than this, but I ain't gonna complain about it. I ain't gonna complain about it though, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I can get some likes. I can get some more subs. I appreciate it. Because like I said, I'm one of the few guys that's gonna keep it real on here. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm just a random guy, random brother, random black guy that's spitting truth and things like this to give a rebuttal to these stupid ass women that's out here, that's liberals, that's telling all these lies. Though at least you could do is return the favor and give me a like or two and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing it, whether I get the likes or not. I'm still doing it just to be doing it. But I appreciate it, and I appreciate the sub too, because all my stuff that I do is educational. I may entertain every now and then. I may do a Barack Obama impression every now and then. You know, I can do it. You know what I'm saying? But it's the truth. They hold these women hold more loyalty to Obama. They ain't done nothing in the so-called black community, let alone he did more for the LGBTQ community than he did for the country. He the one that divided us in the first place. You know what I'm saying? They want the smooth, slick, smooth talking president that give them lies instead of dealing with a president that's on policies and rough around the edges and everything like that. They hate him. Orange man and all this stuff. One thing I can say, Orange man good. Orange man good. I'm gonna get a T-shirt. Orange man good. And I love Trump. This ain't no disrespect to him, but they don't like him. A lot of these liberal, and it's the liberal women, it ain't all women. See, the liberal women think that all women supposed to hate Donald Trump. It's only y'all liberal women that do. Conservative women don't. I know a lot of conservative women that love Donald Trump. And it's more conservative women than there are liberal women. That's what y'all don't really understand. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's true. Because with your own admission, you would have won the election. You did not, because you were trying to push a minority bogus agenda and thought that everybody else was going to get on board with it. It wasn't the case. It was not the case at all. This is the major problem: is liberal women, black, white, and other. That's your enemy, gentlemen. This is our enemy. And will they change? No. But you know what's going to force a change? When this economy get back on track. They are totally delusional, and a lot of these liberal-minded women are gone. They're not here trying to save them. All I'm doing is giving pushback on what they did. I'm not going to do what Kevin Samuels and a lot of these other guys trying to do. I'm not trying to fix them. A lot of them can't be fixed. Are you kidding me? On psychotropic medication and head medication and stuff, can't fix that, man. You got to stay away from that. Where you fix it is get your passport. That's how you fix it. You fix it by getting your passport. Once you get your passport, you can fix it. That's exactly how you fix stuff. This is how you get stuff done, right? You get your passport, and that way you can roll out. Because there's still more conservative women in the United States as well as anywhere else. But unfortunately, I find that a lot of conservative women are already married. The good ones anyway. A lot of them are married, man. They're in these relationships and stuff like that. They're married in these relationships. So that leaves that leaves the dating pool very small. It's not huge. Yep. It's a very small pool. Yeah, it's a very small pool. And the problem is, again, with this, it affected the black community, the so-called black community. It hit even harder. But I kid you, like I kid men and gentlemen, I kid y'all not. In the so-called black community, it's so bad. There's between 20 and 30, over 55% of black men are single and childless. Never been in a relationship, don't have no children. Now, if that ain't a hint and a half of your, you know what? Because the majority of black women in the so-called black community are liberal. It's the embodiment of everything that I've been talking about this whole time. This is where our problem is, our major issue. The average black man's dating pool is small. I know this. The only ones that are is pretty much getting down are the Pookie and Ray Rays. They have access to 80% of the women that are impregnating them. Though that's these are the only. They're less than 20% of the Pookie and Ray Rays. Less than 20%. They're the ones that's out here that impregnating all these women. The sisters I'm talking about. They, you know what I'm saying? I know a woman right now. She got a sister. Tell me, okay, she had a boy. She had a boyfriend. Notice it said had. And tell me why her sister ended up getting pregnant by a boyfriend. And that's common. It's common, especially in the black community. It's common. Can you see the problem with this type of stuff? This is a problem, a major, major problem. And then when guys like myself talk about this stuff, we get shouted down, thumbed down, all kind of stuff because this is the truth. The brothers know I'm telling the truth. I lived in the black community before it became a so-called black community all my life. And all I seen was a dumpster fire, man. And now America, it has flooded out. It ain't in the ghettos anymore. It's going out here in mainstream. If it wasn't somebody for like Trump, it would have gotten a lot worse. Mark my words. It was on its way, whether you want to accept it or not. And I stand 10 toes down on that, and I triple down on that, on everything I said tonight, this morning, whatever. I'm being truthful before I land my plane here. I'm trying to think I've got my major points across. I thank you guys for listening. I had to just put it out there for what it really is. You know, I had to be honest in regards to this type of stuff because I don't have a dog in that fight. You think I'm gonna be pandering? No, I don't pander to women at all. And it feels good to be my true self of what my belief system is. And I got other friends of mine. I got a lot of conservative friends. I stay away from a lot of liberal minded people, men and women, because we don't have nothing in common. And these old beta male soy boy simps of men and things like that, and these brothers too, that it should be unanimous. But see, they think because pandering to them, they're gonna get some type of special treatment of this type of stuff. They ain't over here effing them. You think liberal women are leffing kiss ass men? No, they're not doing that at all. They hate kiss ass men. They don't want no kiss ass men. That's the thing about it. And I don't want them. I don't want them. I don't want no liberal minded ass women. I've been there and done it. There's nothing that could come good of it. It's gonna get worse before it get better. So we got a few more months to be able to deal with this insaneness. But like I said, gentlemen, um, you know, like I said before, stay in there, stay in the fight. Don't allow these so-called women, these liberal-minded ass women, dictate to you and scare you off because they want to withhold sex and all this other nonsense. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to put up with that. You are the man and you create your own destiny. You do not have to sit up here and be shouted down to and cussed out and all this other stuff. I know how it is. You got mamas and aunts and all that stuff. Who doesn't? But they all know what my position is. because I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm not trying to appeal to them. Shit, this ain't about not liking ethnic group of women or not liking women. But that's the thing about it. They take pick. It's like women's head in their head. They see sound bites. They don't look at all the whole story. It's a sound bite of what I said, and they run with it as if that's the be all and tell all. It's like snapshots in a woman's head. It's like scattered, and you see these like shots. That's how they mind things. When a man has logic, he's trying to listen to the whole thing to show some discernment. Is the brother telling the truth? Is the man telling it? You know I am. You know I am. And like I said, my light should be up.
Than that. My light should be way up more than that too. But that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Cause I already know when you that's when you're pandering. When your likes ain't up there, that means people don't like what he got to say. And I know there's a lot more liberal-minded women that ride and surf these spaces and things like that, and they're entitled to not give the thumbs up because there's more of them on there. There's more women on the planet than there are men. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping the real truth. I'm just kicking it like what it really is. Yeah, this is open forum. Come on here, say what you want to say or whatever like that. But I'm just kicking that real knowledge, man, across the United States. And our so-called community is much worse. And I'm giving pushback on them too. I'm saying that I'm getting the men to the point you don't have nothing here. You don't. That's why I say get your passport. You do not have anything here, man. And I know guys that have their passport. All my friends are conservative. The brothers that I know, they're single. They have tried this liberal woman stuff. It is horrible being in a relationship like that. It's horrible. You can't even get a cooked meal. Got to hear a whole bunch of rhetoric and a whole bunch of lies and a whole bunch of BS and stuff like that. And old woman hating men and all this other kind of stuff, man. Nobody got time for that junk. I ain't hating women at all. I love women. Problem is, I love conservative women. I don't love liberal-minded women. You got more love for animals out here. Not to say that animals aren't important. I love animals. But the problem is that your priorities with things are not in line with each other. You're supposed to be, you come from us. You mean to tell me you can't love what you come from? You come from a rib of a man. Since when had a man have ever been so damn wrong? We have civilized the whole goddamn world, built infrastructure for you, so therefore you could be comfortable in a home to have heating, cooling, to be able to flush a toilet, take a shower, take a bath. How you think all that stuff is created? It's off the backs of a man and his ingenuity. Man goes man think where it said, man dream it and he can do it, right? Man goes where he wants to go, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So it's about time that you have to start evaluating yourself, ladies. That's liberal, not the conservative women. Because again, this whole thing been on liberal women. I'm going to do some more parts on this. Because I know I'm going to be expecting for y'all to come. That's cool. Because this is where the problem is. You can either take it or leave it. Those with ears, let them hear it. You can take it or leave it. That's exactly what it is. You are the major problem in regards to a man's health. You are the major problem why men don't live very long. You are the major problem as to why we are in this situation now. You are the main problem of voting somebody in here that don't give a damn about the country. It's you and your thing. You, woman, it's you. You the problem. This ain't got nothing to do with a man. You and your thinking is the problem. That's why you make it working under a woman in a hostile work environment with these liberal ass women. They're all in HR. I know what it's like. That's why I said I came from an IT background. That's why I love doing what I do now. I don't have to deal with that type of stuff. It's hard for a man, a heterosexual male today, working in any capacity, especially an office environment. It's the worst. And you men know what I'm talking about. I appreciate my likes, thanks. I appreciate the subs too. But I'm telling the truth before I retire this thing, because I said I want to talk about this as well too. It's hard being as a man. You know how many guys I've talked to? I have done this for 10 years. If I were to keep record, man, I've talked to many men about these topics that I've been talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. This is where our problem is, man. It's a certain type of mindset of a woman, and it's the feminist. Here's the difference. Feminist, right? Liberal-minded woman. That's exactly what it is. We are in a major, major problem. They have turned these men off by showing out. They showed up and showed out. Not only that they showed up on social media, they showed their ass in the worst light. And for a guy that, I'm just saying though, be thankful, guys, that you are, and some of y'all know some of these crazy women. And you probably was shocked for real. Probably not. Probably wasn't shocked. Because liberal can't hide their spots. They can't conceal it for very long. Because they got to do this liberal shit to let you know that I'm in control. You know how many of these liberal bitches that I have picked up in my car as a Uber driver? Bunch of fucking liberal ass bitches. You know what I'm saying? That's what they are. I done been in these college campuses too. Bitches. They walk around with this bitch mentality, this resting bitch face. That's what I say. Nothing good come from it. These are young, entitled ass bitches, right? This is exactly what it is. This is what we're dealing with. Liberal feminist, the feminist liberal ass bitches. You know, something got to be wrong, man. When you see too many women and ain't no men around, that's a red flag for me. Now, it's okay if you're a lesbian. That's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. Because, like I said, when I get the lesbians in my car, I ain't got no problems with them. I ain't checking for them, and they ain't checking for me. It's cool. I still got my dad's camera in here to protect myself from these liberal, feminist bitches. Because they the first ones that go say, oh, so-and-so, you know, I had my music on. Let me tell you a story that happened recently. I had my good music on, and, you know what I'm saying, I had my R&B music on, stuff they didn't heard in the club before. You know, they went back on Lyft and reported me talking about, yeah, he was over here listening to some sexual, explicit-ass music, and they were offended. And these women here, they were some biggins that most guys wouldn't be checking for. Mostly white, one with black. Liberal, feminist bitches. You know what I'm saying? And they thought they were going to get me in trouble. See, that's the thing. I had to remind them on some things now. Because you don't regulate what goes on in my car. As long as I'm not harming nobody, and I got a dash camera in here, and I still going to listen to my music. You ain't running jack shit. And see, this is where the problem is. Because again, they hate the Constitution. They hate freedom of speech. And with liberals, they also are anti-American. And that's what I hate about them. There's no world with them. And if I ever had it my way, I would build a nice rocket ship and I'll load them up in the masses and send their ass off to another damn planet. And hope that They have to go for what they know to survive. That's what I would do. I seriously would. Because we don't, some of them, they can't be reformed, man. My friends said that too. They are insane. You have seen them being insane on social media. You can't fix that. And it ain't my job to fix that. I hope you die being single of the liberal bitches that you are. I hope you get everything and some. Cause this brother, he ain't checking for you, and I ain't got no dog in that fight, and I ain't pandering to your ass. I'll be let alone kiss your ass. It'd be a cold day of hell before I do both. And I stand 10 toes down, and I triple down on that. And if I have my friend here on this chat, which I will start doing that in the future, look for that, and he goes worse than I do. Because we already know the enemy to a man and what we call conservatism is feminism, as well as like we said before, this liberal ass type of thinking is the problem. That's where the problem is. We ain't got a, they already showed their hand. And I've been on this before. I knew they were going to do this. Getting in a frenzy of a man-hating bitch of a so-called president. That's why I called her a bitch. That's what I called her, because she is one. You have to take it for what it is. Because remember, I don't have a dog in that fight. You know, I don't give a damn about no damn sorority or whatever. Like I said, these are breeding grounds for men-hating type stuff. And I know plenty of them. And a lot of them are still single, still trying to figure it out. I don't give advice to liberal ass women. You got it. If you're conservative, you rock. I rock with you. And thank God there's more conservative women in America than there are liberal-minded women. These are the small minority group. That's why I tell you fellas, we ain't got nothing to worry about. We ain't got nothing to worry about, because what they thinking, they gonna die alone. Like, what's the name? What Kevin Samuels say? Get a dog and die alone. And that's many of them got dogs and pets and cats and monkeys and chimpanzees and whatever, parrots and goldfish, whatever. Boo, 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 let me go and feed you. Oh, boo, boo. That's their baby. Yes, that's what they got to look forward to, you know? It's what it is. But I'm about to get ready to put it in for real, y'all, man. Y'all been great. I wish I could get more of my likes up, though, man. Because, you know, we got to make sure that other men helping men out, and conservative women helping men and women out as well, too. Because we all in this together, my conservative people. It's these minority group of out of control ass women. Don't waste your time getting with it in a debate with them. I don't even debate with stupid. They're anti-American. Just know that. All of them are anti-American. And that's what I'm going to label them from now on, is anti-American. I don't hang out with anti-American type people. You anti-American, you're anti, you know, you don't have anything to offer these good men out here. That majority of them are conservative. And I know I ain't worried about no liberal ass man. You know what I'm saying? A man with liberalism, it shouldn't be a man with liberalism in his name. And that lets me know you a soy boy anyway. You know, get your marching orders from women. You know what I'm saying? If I got to give a shot, anybody with a liberal name, you can call yourself liberal or handsome liberal and all the rest of them. You know, like I said before, no decent, self-decent man would have a word liberal next to his name. Go run and tell that. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand their liberal-minded ass men too, because I think I'm gonna do a next one and get on them too. They the ones that's having more of the problems. They trying to get next to these liberal women. The liberal women don't want their behind. They want their money. Don't give a damn about them. Shit. Old liberal-minded ass, this old liberal-minded ass thinking. Yeah, I've been on a lot of these people's, you know, on their lives and all this other stuff. Bunch of nonsense. Shields for the Democratic Party. And I called him out too. I called them all out. What's that other dodo? I can't think of his name right now. And things. What's his name though? Daniel. Yeah, that's him. Oh, Daniel the liberal. Oh, Daniel. You gonna run and tell that to Daniel. I know I ain't been seeing him lately since Trump won. Oh, hey, Danny. Trump won, Danny. Go tell that for you Danny followers. Go tell Danny Trump won. Ain't nobody worried about no damn liberal. Huh. You know what I'm saying? Danny boy, Trump won. Yeah, that's the name of that guy. His name is Danny. Daniel. And I've been on his live too. I've been on his live. What people like that do is that when you get in their behind, all they do is block you because the truth hurts. You can't debate against conservatism. Many people have tried and lost. You got to cheat in order to get conservative presidents and policies into play. They had to cheat. They cheated in 2020 and they tried to cheat again. They have always cheated, but guess what? This time we were smart because we knew the playbook. We did what they do. Vote early. And we put people in position to watch those polls. That's exactly what we did, right? We sure did. Ain't nobody with the liberal should have anything liberal, because I call you anti-American, I call you out on it. You can't necessarily say you're going to either be American or not, because liberal policies are anti-American. Straight like that. Gonna sit up here and try to play down the middle. You ain't play down the middle. Either you are or you're not. Well, I slant more liberal. I got a knucklehead friend of mine right now. I slant more liberal. They're the problem why we don't even have a community, you fool. That's why you're single now. You ain't married to no black woman, fool. If that worked, you would be in a loving relationship. Tell me why. Tell me, am I lying or am I telling the truth? And for the rest of you, the same thing goes. Ain't nothing good can come from liberal. What good come from liberal but a bunch of division and lies? Lies and division. Lies and division. Lies and division. That's all it is. If they can't lie, they got to cheat. Liars and cheaters. And I call them out on it. Bunch of feminine acting, feminist-minded, liberal bitches. That's what I call it. Ain't nobody gonna put up. Ain't no real man gonna put up with it. Because we don't have to. That's why I told you guys, black, white, and other, get your passport. Roll that you know what out. It's just that simple. Because we don't have anything anymore. I'm going to wind this thing in now. I really am. Because I get hyped telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about it. I want you to run with it. You to take control. I ain't the leader of nobody. I ain't trying to be no leader. I'm just giving out information in regards to what it is. I'm speaking up when many brothers are afraid to speak up. Black men are afraid, a lot of them. And I get it. Or they have a lot to lose too. I get it. I understand. This don't make you less of a man. I get it. And anybody else. But we got to tell the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. It's the liberal-minded feminists that have tried to destroy this nation. And we are not going to allow it to happen. We're going to get them in check, or they can get the you know what out. If you don't like America, just leave. You don't have to be here. We don't want you here. Do like those celebrities doing. Leaving by the butt. Don't talk about it, be about it. Tom Hanks, don't just talk about it. Rob Reiner, do something about it. Leave. Mark Hamill, leave. Right? Cher, leave. Barbara Streisand, leave. Samuel Jackson, leave. Miley Cyrus, leave. Katy Perry, leave. All of y'all leave. Because we ain't kissing up to you no more. We done saw the Diddy list. Leave. Meryl Streep, leave. Be like a tree and leave. Julia Roberts, be like a tree and leave. We don't want you. We don't accept you with your liberal-minded, feminist-minded thinking. Bunch of Hollywood bitches. That's what I call them. You go run and tell that I said it too. Liberal-minded bitches. That's what they are, man. They can leave. And anybody else, Beyonce, you can leave, right? Megan Thee Stallion, you can leave. Gorilla, you can leave. And all the rest of them can leave. If you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave too. I don't care. Think I care? I don't have a dog in that fight. Don't have a dog in that fight. It is what it is. They can all leave. And I'm glad that some of them are leaving. I wish more of them get the heck on out of here. They're going to be indicted, though. It's going to be a short stay wherever they go, because they are going to be, the arrest list is long. J-Lo, yeah, so Ben Affleck, too. You know what I'm saying? One thing, George Clooney, too. Bunch of men, liberals, being a man. You ain't no man. You know what I'm saying? Samuel Jackson, too. I seen all you, I'm going to leave. Leave. You don't like America, leave. Because I guarantee ain't no other place better than America, even for a celebrity. Get your behind out there and see what I'm talking about. You think they're going to sit up here and take your feminist BS stuff and freedom of speech? You're going to land yourself in prison. And you women too. They don't give a damn about you being no female. They're not going to allow you to speak out like you do in America, I tell you that. They definitely ain't going to have it in the Middle East. They got a correction system real quick. Women can't even raise their voice over there in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and these other places. One black woman found out about that. Bring your unruly ass over there and see what happened. And they locked her up. And it should be like that here, to be honest. To get some order again. We need order in America. I want order, and order will be established. Peace and tranquility is on its way. We're going into the golden age. All this loud mouth, fat mouth, disrespect is going to be a thing in the past. Your time is limited, liberals. Can't stand liberals. And you know what I can't stand more is men liberals. Males that are liberals, I can't stand them, man, to be honest. Even though they're entitled to have the freedom of speech, but I can't stand what they stand for. Because they don't stand on nothing but appeasing and pleasing women. Lying to women. That's why I can't stand. Don't have no respect for no so-called man, some old soy boy, some old feminine-minded man on this approval-seeking on woman when you should be standing on conservatism. That's what's the problem with these social medias and all that, because censorship, anti-American. I'm exercising my First Amendment right when I was talking about the amendments in the Bill of Rights. And this is why it's important, because this piece of paper backs them up. And it's about to be really enforced when Trump get in there. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what it is. If you don't like America, just leave. Nobody's forcing you to stay here. Because the United States, 49 states have let you know that they are conservative. They are not liberal. You guys, y'all act like y'all got a position in America. You don't. You are in the minority group. If we was as insane as you are, it would be very difficult to live here as a liberal. But guess what? More tolerance comes from conservatives. We are very tolerant. We put up with your nonsense, your lies, your bullshit, and you still got a voice here in America. Ain't that funny? Y'all try to make it out like we some goddamn tyrants that want to round you up, line you up, and it's not. It haven't never been the case. That's why legacy media is falling. I am so happy. CNN, MSNBC, ABC ratings are down the tube. They are in the brink of firing. What's his name? You already know him. Anderson Cooper. He may get axed for sure because these are high-paid people. Rachel Maddow, Mad Cow is what I call her. And then who else? Her. And then we got Dana Bash. You know, David Muir, Lindsey Davis. They should have been fired, though, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? At the stunt that they pulled on that debate thing, though, that's unexcusable, you know. That's why I'm glad. And then that damn View. I can't wait for, because it's coming, though. I called it. They ain't going to last 2 years the way the ratings are in the toilet. See what y'all done? The liberals have pushed, conservatives too far. And now, when you went woke, you went broke. And I love it. Go woke, go broke. You want to get woke? You want to go woke? Guess what? You're going to go broke because there's more conservatives here in America than there are liberals. And you keep on pushing it even further, there's a lot of other things that are going away. It's going away either way. But I'm just saying, a lot of firing going on. Got to let go. Legacy media is a thing in the past. It won't be here within a year. You know what's going to replace it? Social media. You know who has the #1 podcast in America? It's Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan have always been the future, whether you like him or not. And well, guess what? He endorsed Trump. He gets well over millions and millions of viewers daily. It's the truth, right? They rock with him. They listen to him. All the young, the Zennials, all of them. Look at it. They listen to him. They watch him. They not on Legacy. I don't even watch Legacy News. I know who these people are, but I don't watch them. I don't sit up here and watch those shows, propaganda machines that work against the people of the United States of America. They all are anti-American is what they are. And we ain't got time for the nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. This is another thing. I can't stand The View. Every last one. I mean, I can't wait when that show goes off. Because whether y'all don't know this, but they were also being paid by the Democratic Party. They weren't doing, I don't even know what The View really is about. Ever since they went political, especially with Trump, oh my gosh, it was obvious that Ana Navarro was getting paid. She got paid for speaking at Kamala Harris' rally. You guys realize this, don't you? That's the thing about it, though. These shows don't have no relevancy. They're going down, and I'm happy. I got a big smile on my face from ear to ear. Because they're not going to be around. They ain't going to survive within 2 years. They're gone. Legacy media is finished. These podcasts, social media, we are the future. They are the past. I got more to say than they do. Because I spit that real shit. Not over here making this stuff up. I don't need a script. I'm only talking about my experiences of what I see on a day-to-day basis. I'm over here rocking with y'all till the sun come up. Damn it. I've been over here doing this stuff. And I do it because it's passionate to me to give some pushback of all this nonsense that has been going on against men, against conservative women. Conservative women, I'm fighting for you too. We out here on the front lines and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I get somebody in here that may not share my viewpoint, which is fine. I'm not forcing nobody to be on my viewpoint, but we are past the point of reasoning, discussion. I will not have any more debates with with liberal ass minded people because it's a waste of time. You got the propaganda. See, with liberals, they got the propaganda machine behind them. It's all propaganda. That's all it is. When are we going to ever benefit from this? We don't. Kamala Harris already showed men, heterosexual men, that we don't matter. DEI hired, which means didn't earn it. That's what we call it, didn't earn it. It ain't the definition of what they call it. It means didn't earn it. That's what it really means. We don't benefit from no DEI, and you gonna call yourself a liberal man. Talking about you, man, this is crazy, man. Crazy. This is crazy. So, like I said before, I'm coming to my close. I digress. I want to thank you guys for being part of the experience. Things. I know I started off originally with about the amendments. I got to 10 of them. I seen people were some of them were still kind of struggling with it a little bit. And I will come back to it though. Because these amendments are, like I said, the Second Amendment too, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the Seventh Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment, and the 10th Amendment. Those are the ones that I covered. Let no man or woman take your freedom of speech away from you. And we also have the power of the press as well too. Let no man or woman take away the power of the press. Anybody under the Constitution can be a journalist, and they can, as long as and it's actually a constitutional oath. I believe that these so-called journalists are supposed to uphold integrity, honesty, and integrity when they are delivering the news. If there's a mistake or if I misspoke, they can retract the statement. Are they doing that today? No. They study going down, double down on the rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that are not true, they're getting away with it. This is not journalism, ladies and gentlemen. That's why, again, I'm giving you examples of what I called why they are anti-American. Because if they were American, they would retract what they said. They would. But they're going to double down on it. ABC, all these networks should be apologizing to Trump. You think they will? No, because they're anti-American. They can't stand the truth. And they, 34 indictments, he's going to be tried. And I bet a lot of you that he won't see no time in jail, though. And I'm willing to put the bet up on that. I bet you he won't go to jail. I bet you won't see the day in prison. And they're going to throw all those counts out. I think they already won the one with Fannie Willis and whatever, and they're working on Letitia James too, because if she ain't careful, they can throw her behind in jail for going against violating Trump's constitutional rights, especially the First Amendment. That's why I made this thing about the amendments. But a lot of stupid liberals, because they're so anti-American, they don't even know the Constitution. Because if they really did, they wouldn't be doing half of the stuff that they're doing now. All this shit that they're doing, man, you know, I just shake my head on it because it's not even reality, man. This is bullshit, man, all of it. 34 counts of what? Well, he been impeached. Yeah, president can be impeached, but he been impeached. Yeah, he been impeached. But he's still the elect president. He's actually the elected president. So what are you saying? I don't like him. You know, you ain't gotta like him. Nobody said you gotta like him. But anybody that's talking nationalism and the betterment of the country, I think that's very admirable. I think this is something what we should be looking for in the president. I think the fact that by him even admitting that he's a constitutionalist. I never heard Kamala Harris ever, because she's not. She's a Marxist, a communist, and a socialist. Her mother and father were. And this is, see what liberals do? Liberals back the enemies of America. That's what they do. They are the ones that are backing the enemies of America. So if anybody would be a Hitler, it would be them. If anybody going to be a dictator and things like that, I mean, look at the policies they were trying to push on us. That's dictator to me. You think YouTube and all these are supposed to be for the people, by the people? When you try to censorship people, that's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. But liberals seem to don't care. As long as it's against their party, then they're yay! But when it's against them, they don't like it. If you can't stand for the Constitution, it's no point in you being in America as far as I'm concerned at all. You should be like those Hollywood elites, pack your bags and get the F out. Because we don't need treasonous acting people here, man. We need people that's going to be a lover of America. Good old American products, good old American cars. I would like to see, and I know it will, the American automotive is going to be where the Japanese, and if not, beyond, as far as being reliable, being dependable, where the auto workers will have pride once again about the work that they're doing instead of all these cuts and downsizing and parts being made over in Mexico and other places like that with that NAFTA thing that Trump gonna get rid of. He got rid of it before. He's gonna be getting rid of a lot of things. That good old American spirit is coming back. The red, the white, and the blue. And I'm a big, when it comes down to being patriotism, I show patriotism to this country because America is where I was born, where I was raised, and I put my hand up for the American anthem. And I just love it. And anybody that's against America, you are anti. And matter of fact, we're going to start calling these liberals out. Anti-American. I'm going to get a t-shirt. If you are liberal, you are anti-American. We're going to go ahead on and put it like that. You have liberal viewpoints and liberal values. You are anti-American in this country, and soon be anti-government with the new Trump administration coming in. Now I got you on 2 counts. You are anti-American, sir, ma'am. You may want to go to another country because we don't need no anti-anything. Communism don't live here in America. Capitalism does. And there's nothing wrong with capitalism because they are the ones that create the jobs. As long as the jobs are going to be good paying jobs, which they are, jobs are going to come back here to America. Opportunity, prosperity, we're going to be returning. This is why he called it the golden age. I already talked about this before. Tariff tax that's going to happen. Oil, drill fracking going on. Keystone pipeline is going to be reopened. We're going to have a shitload of money coming into this country, I guarantee you. We're going to be trading oil with the other countries. They're going to be buying our oil. We don't need Saudi Arabia oil. When we got a good old American oil, we got enough of the resources right here in good old America. We don't need all these electric vehicles. For what? We don't mandate on electric vehicles. We don't need no mandate on electric vehicles. Electric vehicles do not power the backbone of America, which is trucking. And I got friends that are truck drivers. How the hell can we go across the United States in a damn truck and got to stop somewhere and charge up? This is how insane the liberal people are in their thinking. They are some insane people, man. That's why I'm telling you guys, don't feel bad. I know a lot of you lost family members because you voted for Trump. That's fine. Because you don't need them, man. You gotta be around. We're in a time of separation anyway. And the country is gonna be reunited. Give them time. They'll be back on the board because Trump is gonna unify the whole United States. Just like he did in the 49 states. We are in unity with each other. Black, brown, white, black, brown, and any other. You voted for Trump, you are my brother and sister. Same and vice versa. We don't look at color, no creed, you know. We all have a common goal to make sure that America become great again. That's what time it is. All this other nonsense of what the liberals are talking about is a full of S-H-I-T, and that spells shit. We don't need they extreme agendas and they woke agendas that have offended men and offended women in this country. This old nonsense BS that we have to deal with. We done dealt with this stuff for 16 years with this damn Obama. Now we done run his out. We survived the Obama administration from MAGA. We have survived Biden. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We also have survived Harris, Clinton's. We have survived and crushed them all. Their movements are gone. They have no leadership. They are in disarray. They are angry and upset. We're not out of the woods yet, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just saying for right now, we're going to celebrate the victory for right now. There's some other things that's going to be coming, unfortunately, and you got to be prepared for it because we're already seeing signs of what it is, and I'll go into that another time, but it's the truth. We have to be very vigilant. We have to stay alert in regards to what is to come because they are very unhappy with the American people, how they voted, how they have demonstrated, how they have supported Trump and things like this. And they want to call us anti-American when they always have been. Their policies don't hold no weight. Their policies never held any to end. They don't stand for nothing. And this is why they got beat down. You think I care about what a liberal person has to say, man or woman? You're not even the majority of the country, and we prove that. We got enough of listening to your lies about how liberal wokeism is going to be the future. We have crushed that. This critical race theory and all this bull crap stuff is going to go. White folks, you can go back to feeling good about being white again. Just like everybody have a right to feel good about what they, if like I'm black and I'm supposed to feel good about it. Walking around with an inferiority complex. This is nonsense. This is real nonsense type stuff. So like I say, I am finished with what I have to say. I appreciate you guys rocking out with me and stuff. I like to see the lights up a little bit more. You don't have to be a listening ninja or whatever, but I would appreciate the support and things like that because you're not going to find real stuff like this, man, anymore. You really aren't. You're not going to find this real stuff. I call them out for what they are. Like I said, they are anti-American. And I suggest for you liberals, for ones I may have convinced, maybe, you may want to start looking and studying the Constitution and start looking at the Bill of Rights and those 27 amendments. I would highly suggest to look at the 27 amendments. Because if you're not in line with those 27 amendments, you are anti-American and you are anti-government. Straight like that. But I appreciate you guys for listening. I'm about to go and lay down. I've been up since yesterday. Been out here working. And like I said, been out here working. And I don't mind working. This is what men are supposed to do. Being responsible, being accountable. We don't have no, and we don't have any of those type of excuses. And that's fine. We accept that. Think about what I said today. Think about what I said, man. For you liberal-minded people. Because you realizing that you are the minority in this country. I would suggest that you start really doing some soul searching after what I had to say today. Because I'm not going to sit up here and pander to you and lie to you about the situation. I'm telling you the truth, whether you want to accept it or not. That's the problem, though, with social media sometimes. You get too caught up on entertainment and not enough education. And that's always been our problem. It's always been the problem. Can't tell you what to do, but if you want my advice, if you're trying to be married, I would consider changing some things. If I was a woman, I would be looking at the conservative women and taking notes why they married and why you aren't. Instead of men gotta coddle down to you. That's not gonna work. I had a big old thing over an hour over this stuff. Been a few talking about this stuff. You ain't got to take the advice. That's fine. You ain't got to take it. But I'm just saying, though, I don't have a dog in that fight, and a lot of men feel the same way I do. They may not have to address it, but they're going to show with their wallet. Just like I show with my wallet. My wallet ain't coming out only but for me. I don't have to depend on a woman and her wallet. I got my own wallet. I make my own money. So I appreciate you guys once again for listening to some random guy. I'm Tony T or Tony G. Tony T and Tony G signing out. And I appreciate you for at least listening and things like that. But if I can get my likes up and get my subs up, because I'm gonna be doing some great things on this channel, man. Just to get my voice across, to be able to help. Right now, it's more of the issue with the men that I'm trying to address. The younger Zennial men, that's my target. Not my generation, not millennial generation. Zennial generation is my target. That's the future. That's my target. These little young black boys, that's Zennials too. They got it in the worst way than white and other, because like I said before, they never was grown up with the patriarch system. They never had it. That's why that's why we suffer in the community the worst. But that's all going to change though, because they keep listening to me, listening to what I got to say. They're going to change this stuff around though, man. But you exercise, you win automatically when you get your passport. Once you get your passport, you are winning. That's all I have to say. You are winning when you get your passport. I appreciate you guys very much and things like that. I still got 25 minutes away to get to my house and stuff. I just like these neighborhoods, man. They're nice. You can see like the greenery here. Michigan is a beautiful state. If you guys live in Wisconsin, it's a lot like Michigan. Some things like Minnesota, upstate New York, they all have similarities with each other. Beautiful. You see the trees and the autumn that's coming in and things. You may see some black squirrels running around here as well. We got black squirrels, gray squirrels, the traditional golden looking squirrels and stuff like that. We got a lot of nature here. We got deers, and we got a lot of deer and other type of animals. We got coyotes, fox, groundhogs, chipmunks. We got all that stuff. I think my cat may have gotten on to the chipmunks. We used to have chipmunks around, but I think my cat got to them, man. And you know how it is with cats and they're in the rodent family. They just can't help themselves, man. But other than that, man, I appreciate you guys for listening to me once again. I am out, man. I appreciate it. Peace.